Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Milimani court has ordered telco firm Safaricom to allow former Central Police Station OCS Samson Talam to renew his SIM card. The court allowed the application to enable Talam regain control of his mobile line, citing claims it was misused after being seized for investigations. The case will be mentioned again on March 25th, 2026, as Talam remains a suspect in the murder of teacher Albert Ojwang.
It's one that
I surrendered to.
You surrendered to IPO.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the one that was being used to ask money from the public.
It's the one I surrendered, Your Honor.
It's the one that you surrendered.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you do not know how it came to be used by maybe the first person to ask for money.
I don't know, Your Honor. Okay. And I'll be grateful to know with this court how it happened.
And did you tell the court how much money was being asked for your release?
And they were asking random because I came through many friends who have been asked, and they were ranging from 10 to 20,000. One went with an extent of 80,000, and all are my friends.
The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has introduced new guidelines to monitor social media in a bid to curb hate speech, ethnic incitement, and radical content. NCIC says the rules set clear procedures and legal limits for tracking online activity. The Commission's focus will be on collecting and preserving digital evidence that can be used in court to prosecute offenders.
The weak legal framework, as I said, like one of them being our act. We have political interference because most of the perpetrators of hate speech ni wanasiasa.
One of the other things that we've proposed is to give NCIC the power to vet politicians or anybody who is seeking either elective or appointive positions. If NCIC is given that power to be able to vet these people seeking either elective or appointive posts, then we'll be able to tame a lot of this rhetoric.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has urged leaders across the country to unite in ensuring that all learners transition from junior to secondary school. Speaking on Tuesday during a burial ceremony in Marakwet East constituency, CS Murkomen emphasized the shared responsibility of community leaders in keeping children in school. Murkomen also addressed security and peace efforts in Kerio Valley, commending progress in the recovery of illegal firearms.
We want watu wa Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, Baringo, Turkana na sehemu yote waishi pamoja. And we don't want wakora warudi tena waende walete bunduki. Ndio ulisikia Mheshimiwa Osi hapa, Mheshimiwa Chebekoro hapa na hao wote wa kutoka West Pokot. I want to assure watu ya West Pokot. Ile kazi tumefanya kwa hapa kuondoa bunduki. Tutaondoa hizo bunduki zote kutoka West Pokot. Na hiyo kazi itaendelea na mtapata results mwaka huu. In mwezi chache iko mbele hapa. Kuna bunduki kadhaa bado iko West Pokot, bado iko Turkana, bado iko upande ya Silale, pande huu ya Tiati constituency.
Togo has arrested and extradited Burkina Faso's former leader to his home country after authorities in Ouagadougou accused him of plotting to kill his successor, Paul Henry Damiba, who came to power in a coup in 2022 before himself being overthrown by Ibrahim Traoré 8 months later, is accused by the current regime of masterminding an assassination attempt against Traoré. According to the Togolese Justice Ministry, Damiba was handed over to Burkinabe authorities on Saturday. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truth and bold insight. It is the People's Breakfast. And yes, I am one of the people. And the other one is also right here. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM. That is in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa. And then, of course, we have that lovely brand new frequency in Garissa County on 89.5. A very good morning to every single one of you. It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. I hope wherever you are, you're doing well. You're doing the right thing and nothing I wouldn't do. Now, in case you want to know what that is, itabidi uendelee kusikiza ili uelewe. But I am glad that indeed this is a new day that has been made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. Today being the 21st day of January, it is also the 21st day of the year. Yeah, and I feel I'm happy, actually, to be precise, that the month is moving quite well, and it's moving quite fast. Had it not been for this thing we call time, life would have been very boring. Now, sometimes we usually ask ourselves, why does time move so fast? But have you ever asked yourself what would happen if time moved very slow or didn't move at all? I don't know. I think life would be a very, very boring thing. But Siti, acha nikuulize juu wewe umekula chumvi kuniliko. What do you think of the fact that time is moving quite fast?
It isn't.
Time is just moving like time should move.
Time isn't moving faster, neither is it moving slowly.
Yeah.
The events that occur on a daily basis, unfortunately, as you get older,
yes,
they increase. When you get much, much older, those activities decrease.
Yes.
So the day appears to be lengthy. Lengthy because there are minimal activities that show up in the course of the day. When you're a child, the activities that you're involved in are very few.
Yeah.
So the day seems to stretch long ahead of you.
Yeah.
But when you have a job, you're raising a family, there are so many things that demand your time that just a day and it's 24 hours usually does not seem enough.
Right.
But give it time. All that evens out. And you will actually find that those lengthy days that stretch ahead of you will come. Yes.
You know, sometimes, and perhaps it's because of what you've said, and it's something I've noticed, the fact that time actually moves quite fast when you have a lot of things to do.
Yes, and you feel there isn't enough time for you to accomplish
because you're like
all the things you would like to actually accomplish.
I'm doing 4 hours People's Breakfast. I'm doing 2 hours of this other activity. I'll go to the gym for another 2 hours. I'll need to do this assignment for another 3 hours. By the time you're done, you're tired, you're sleepy, and you're like, what is it?
The other thing is that also require your attention. And you wonder, now, when will I fit these things in?
Yeah.
Now that is what we call time moving fast.
But for someone who has got nothing to do, they're probably retired or they're jobless, and they're just seated.
Now you've got it. Imagine a young person who's left a training institution, has trained to do something, and that something isn't there to be done.
Yeah.
Man, the days stretch long.
Unakaanga hivi, unaamka, alafu unakaa kwa kitanda, unajiuliza what next? By the time you figure out what to have for breakfast or whatever, lunch, whatever meal it is, you're like, guy, hii siku iishi. Yet there's someone else complaining that, hii siku imeenda haraka sana.
That is what happens, man. That is what happens.
All right. What is significant about this day? Like I said, 21st day of 2026. What exactly did happen that would make you go gaga? Let's see. Wanasema isa ni siku gani? Let me just find this real quick. All right, here we go. On this day in 1973, the United States Supreme Court issued one of its most momentous decisions. That is the ruling in the Roe versus Wade. What a Texas statute criminalizing, that is a Texas statute criminalizing abortion in most instances violated a woman's constitutional right to privacy, or like they say it, privacy. Roe versus Wade thingy in the US is such a big deal, eh?
Well, it is a landmark ruling that set the precedent on any discussion that had to do with abortion.
Yeah.
Yes.
It more or less said that abortion is okay, you can do it.
Landmark.
Landmark ruling.
Yes.
Hii ni ile ilisema ya kwamba unaweza fanya nini? Unaweza fanya abortion and it is at your discretion. It doesn't matter the reasons you want to do it for. you can do it for whatever reasons it is. I remember, was it 2 or 3 years ago, that decision, that particular nini ilikuwa in contention, and I remember people were, women to be specific, were very angry at it, because now...
Angry at what exactly? Because
ilikuwa, for lack of a better word, it's like it was being repealed, and now they criminalized abortion.
You know, there's if only that discussion was simple and straightforward, discussion about abortion. Within the discussion of abortion, at the heart of it is, when does life begin?
That was one of the...
When is it
conversations
that a fetus is actually alive?
Yeah.
And under what circumstances is it possible for the process that we refer to as abortion to take place? Those are the debates around it.
Yeah.
And then the issue of whether you can procure it at will, whether you need to go to an accredited medical practitioner, and everything around it. Again, at the center of it was a woman's right and privacy of her body. Her body. Then those who counted said, yes, indeed. But then there is the rights of that life that is within you. The rights are equal to yours. That's why the discussion of when does life begin became an issue as well. Yes.
Yeah.
That issue hasn't ended, by the way, just that you understand it.
Yeah, it hasn't ended, yeah. Ilikuanga ni noma sana. Ilikuanga ni noma sana huko US. But, because I remember even after that, people in places such as Canada, neighbors to the US, they started telling women, you know what, we've got you. Here in Canada, we can even host you if you need to come and procure an abortion. Sisi hatunizo madrama nyingi mko nazo US.
That there should be such a debate is a healthy thing. You know why? Where does community and individual rights begin? And where, like in this case, do the rights of an unborn child begin?
Yeah.
See? Because a lot of the discussions that were had to do with, well, you know, there is this matter of the morality of it, the ethics of it, and there is this scientific matter about it. Such debates, as I said, are good.
Yeah.
They are good because it opens your mind into understanding the various, not discussions, but the various permeations of one particular discussion that arise when a particular action is proposed by one group and vehemently opposed by another. You see, the religious rights groups in America, they're called the evangelicals. People like Jerry Falwell and the rest who spearheaded it. What is strange about how life changes, the things that Jerry Falwell in the previous century and the likes spoke against, the need for moral uprightness, hence the creation of even their own universities that taught Christian values. The current evangelicals and their thinking are among the people who supported Trump's election.
Yes.
Okay? And when challenged about the values and the moral systems that they encouraged and spoke about then, they now talk about the need for forgiveness. They now quote scripture that talks about he who has no sin cast the first stone. So, with the passage of time, it appears that some of the hard stances and the hard positions that were taken by these moral rights groups has waxed and waned with time. And that the individual whose life doesn't mirror the values, and in many cases they quote, they say, this man called Trump is everything we spoke about. He's this, and if it's not this, he's that. If it's not this, he's that. It's a string of things that these guys abhorred and said must never be. Anyone exhibiting those qualities should never be elected as a leader, and yet now, that is the person they have.
Well,
isn't life strange?
It is. Life is indeed strange. But still on that Roe versus Wade thing, one thing I know for a fact is that there are several reasons why someone would want to procure an abortion. Number one, because I remember one of the arguments that they had was, what if someone is raped and they end up being pregnant? And that pregnancy is a constant reminder of that very traumatic experience. That person should be given the right to procure an abortion. Another one was, what if you have a child with the wrong person? How you have it with the wrong person?
Let me ask, how do you determine it's the wrong person?
So, for example, you end up being with this person, and then you think they are the right person for you because you have seen the qualities you were looking for in them. But then in the process of you dating or courting, you get pregnant, and then you realize, apana, sitaki kukua na huyu jamaa anaitwa Paul. So now, and I also don't want to carry his child. So let me just get rid of it. Then there's the other thing of sex workers who work in that particular industry, end up getting pregnant. Now you do not know which one of your customers gave you this pregnancy.
Oh, they do know.
The point here is anyway. The point is they are not sure who this father is, and of course you cannot go following every single client. City, this thing I'm carrying is yours. They'll be like, wait, tusisumbuane. Me, I came for a service. I paid you. I don't even know your name, so please, mimi. So there's, there are situations that would necessitate that kind of situation. Even instances of incest where family members have impregnated themselves, and then that's a situation that
one tends to be genuinely tricky.
Yeah. There's something I stumbled upon on YouTube a couple of days ago, and it was she's now very old. When I say very old, I mean she's way above her 60s. She was just explaining the fact that she discovered, because she was adopted, and she wanted to find her parents. So when she became an adult, she pursued that road,
that quest.
Yeah. And she found out that her parents were actually brother and sister. And she says that had she known, she wished she didn't know, basically. Yeah, it was one of those situations.
It's odd though, because in some communities,
yeah,
to date even, cousins are encouraged to marry.
Yes.
In older times, it is said in Egypt, siblings married.
Actually, some of the pharaohs were co-rulers with their sisters.
So, the thing about it, if you look at the royal families of Europe, they got to understand bright and early that this perhaps was not necessarily the best thing. So they actually created breeding programs where they made sure that when you married someone from a completely different community, and no lineage could be traced
to you.
Yes, exactly. Because one of the problems with having a similar genealogy is if indeed there are diseases in that family, you will compound it. Wanakuja na grade A disease hiyo tu, wanakuja grade B. Mkichanganya
inakuwa super grade, high grade,
inakuja EF.
Yeah, you're right. Before you give us the methali of the day, even where I come from in Kitui, so where we have settled, that it's a very large area. So it's more, it's an entire location. And that entire location,
and everybody there's your relative.
It's one family.
Yes.
Like ukifuatilia vizuri, you will realize City is actually your grandfather in a way, because he is probably a second cousin to your grandfather. Ukifuatilia, this particular lady could be your auntie because somehow they're related to your mother. So in that area, people do not intermarry. We are encouraged to know each other.
Actually, are you also encouraged to take the young lady home so that people can meet her?
That one actually is my parents, and I came to understand this when I grew a bit older.
Yes.
Because even when I was in campus, where even in high school, would have conversations, and they never really hit home.
No, and they don't quite explain to you.
Yes.
But you're encouraged to bring this friend of yours that people can meet her.
And my parents know, it's like they know every single Kamba person on earth. So when I would introduce these Kamba ladies to them, they'll be like, what's your name? Anasema naitwa fulani. Umetoka wapi?
Okay.
Makueni.
Would you know?
Makueni, your father works at KRA. And I'm like, how did you know? So, I mean, it's one of those situations. Kwetu lazima useme kila kitu.
Sio ngumu vile kwa sababu the time of your parents watu ambao walikuwa naenda skuli wanasoma wanaenda mbele walikuwa si wengi. And the institutions zilikuwa sio nyingi. So people got to meet and know each other.
Yes.
If you came from the same local, you knew.
Yeah.
And if you hadn't met, you heard of.
Yeah.
It's not like now, where there are so many institutions, there are so many people.
Right.
Okay. Yes. But and also people visited each other during holidays. People visited each other. They got to know each other.
Yeah.
And when they got married, they got to know each other's families.
Yes.
And extended. Why do you think the dowry processes in an African tradition was always lengthy?
So that you people can get to know each other.
Yes, exactly.
And in case something comes up,
with every meeting, more people come in and you get to know. And surprisingly, you actually meet people you know well in that particular process.
You're right, City. Tupatie medali.
We are still in Mali. The capital city is Bamako. Bamako.
All right.
Okay. Now, let me tell you something about this place. Do you know that Mali is the third largest producer of gold in Africa?
I would assume it is because of Mansa Musa.
Yes. Niger and Senegal rivers run through it. They don't have a shortage of rivers in that particular country.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing, there's a Tuareg group within, if you're looking at the communities that are there. This country has 13 national languages, but the working language is French. The religion, 95% is predominantly Islam. All right? Now, when you look at this country, because of the diversity, remember, the thing about West Africa is that the same thing that happened to us, for example, with the Maasai, with the Somali, with the Samia, okay, with the Teso, with the Luos, with the Pokot, with the Kuria, same thing happened. So you will find Nigeria will have communities that you'll find in all the other countries. Among the people you find in this country are the Tuareg. Now in 2012, there was a Tuareg rebellion. They wanted to secede to form a new state, which they call Azawad. But these are the things that happen in that area, the toing and froing, and that is why this region is referred to as a coup belt. It's part of the Sahel, the coup belt.
Okay.
Sasa, Z proverb.
Z proverb.
Yes. God gives nothing to those who keep their arms crossed.
God gives nothing to those who keep their arms crossed. You have got to extend it to receive.
You've got it. That one on the first attempt, it's 10 out of 10. Hongera.
You have got to unclench your fist
in order for you to have an open palm, which then can receive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that is applicable everywhere.
It is applicable everywhere.
Ukitaka kupokea chochote lazima mikono yako ikuwe imefanya nini? Ime-extendiwa. I was looking for the Swahili word for extend.
Extendiwa is quite good.
Lazima ikuwe ime-extendiwa ili uweze kufanya nini? Kupokea.
Unaona sasa? Bwana umeelewa sana bwana.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Na pia baraka za Mungu hivyo ndivyo huwa zinkuja. Lazima ukuwe umefanya nini? Uwe tayari kupokea. Lazima ujifungue na pia moyo wako ufungue na roho yako pia iwe tayari, iwe safi. Au sio?
This proverb, our next guest, tamuuliza niambie.
Sawa.
Kwa maoni yake anafikiria maana methali hii ni nini?
Sawa. Tuingie pale katika radiogeneration.co.ke and our first story takes us all the way to IPOA. Now, court orders Safaricom to replace former OCS Talam's SIM after phone used in scam while in custody. Now, Nairobi magistrate has instructed Safaricom to issue a replacement SIM card for former Central Police Station officer Samson Talam after his number was reportedly used to defraud his contacts while he was in detention. Talam testified before Milimani trial magistrate Caroline Nyaguthi that during his arrest over the death of Albert Juang, his mobile phone, which held both personal and official lines, was taken by officers from the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. Yeah, this thing played out in court, and I remember lawyers Danstan Omari and Cliff Ombeta were in court telling the judge and the court basically that people have been scamming contacts of former OCS Talam.
Who had the custody of this phone?
Who had the IPOA?
Okay, so
Yes.
essentially they're accusing IPOA officers.
Now that's the thing. That's the thing.
Now that's what thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. That now, of course, IPOA came out and said, wait, Sisi, we have done no such thing.
Of course they have.
Yeah. But there have been
somebody had the phone.
Yeah.
And is there evidence that people were being scammed?
Yes, people received SMSs, including the lawyers.
They received SMSs?
Yes, demanding for money. Zile za, hebu nitumie 20,000, nataka kulipa hii bail or cash or whatever it was that they needed to pay. They were basically soliciting for bribes to do what? To help
a colleague,
the OCS in this particular case. Yeah. But now, judges have, and this is months later, bana. So, because this happened immediately after OCS Lamu was arrested.
Yes.
It happened within not less than a month. Not more than a month, rather. Not more than a month after he was arrested. Simu yake ilianza kutumika kufanya nini? Kusolicit for these bribes. Yeah, but anyway, wacha tuone venye hii kesi itaenda. And you know that clip that did rounds last week of police officers assaulting some young men in Nandi.
Yes, the young men were playing pool.
Yes, I would think that police right now would be walking on eggshells because of such situations like the one OCS Talam finds himself.
Do you know the thing that I often find interesting about these things? It is one incident. It is in Nandi.
Mm-hmm.
But the way it has been carried, you'd think this incident was replicated in 47
counties.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because, and this is what concerns me. The reaction of the public was as though they had a grudge and they were looking for fuel to further that grudge. I would focus on these officers because the officers who are there, how many are there, 4 or 5?
No, there were several. They were, I think there were more than 5.
Let's give them a number of 10.
Okay.
That is not the sum total of all the police officers in Nandi.
Very true.
It is not. It's a fraction. But our reaction to it is though every policeman who is in that region, and just by extension, every policeman elsewhere behaves in that manner and did what they did. That is not true. This is an opportunity for us to dissect this thing. Look at the police officers. Look at their age. Look at where they come from. Look at where they worked before.
Look at the unit they come from.
From all these things, look at them so that when you speak about them, we know exactly what you are talking about.
You know, I agree with you, but I'll also say this. Let me first of all agree with you. For example, 2 days ago, I think it was.
So you're saying, let me agree with you first before I disagree with you.
And then I disagree
with
you.
Please go ahead. Please.
A couple of days ago, I was stopped by an officer. Actually, it was on Monday. Yes. I was stopped by an officer. And imagine he just asked me questions and Nivyo. He didn't even check my license. He didn't check my insurance. He didn't check nothing. He just asked me, Bima iko sawa? Kaambia ndio afande. He didn't even check the thing. He just, because he came to the driver's side, and you know those things are on the other passenger side. So he asked me, bima iko sawa? Nikamwambia yes. Akaniuliza, license iko sawa? Nikamwambia I was actually even, in the process of retrieving my license. Akaniambia no ni sawa, enda. That to me is a cop who is hana story mingi, and he comes from a point of, I'd like to trust you, and I want you to also trust me. So if I ask if everything is in order, I trust that you will be honest and truthful.
Paul.
Yeah?
Every once in a while you get shocked. I have received a similar shock myself. It wasn't yesterday, it was a couple of years ago.
Right.
Leaving Kericho, I'm driving towards home. And I am speeding.
Okay.
I'm doing over 120 kilometers an hour.
Okay.
And I am stopped. The first thing the officer did was salute and say, good morning, sir. My friend, I was in shock.
Because of the salute.
And good morning, sir.
Oh, no, those ones, they actually that's what they say.
Hey.
Good morning, sir.
I said, well, yeah. Okay.
Well, squeezy by day, for them, sir is very normal.
At that time,
it wasn't.
Nah.
Okay.
Sir, you were overspeeding. I said, that is correct.
Yeah.
Why are you in such a hurry? And I explained. Said, please, it's important that you arrive safely. That's all. Yeah. Please proceed. Hey!
Now your story, Keisha.
Oh, no. I actually moved the car completely off the road. I got out of the car. I didn't know his name. and where he comes from. And I even took his number.
Yeah.
Yes. I told him, my friend, is this just you? Is this how you're trained?
Yeah.
So this is how we're trained.
Oh, so these are the ones that we see doing things. Those are,
No,
that's not part of the training.
No. This is part of the culturalization when they now enter the service, and then the old crocodiles who've been there now tell them, kazi inafanyagwa hivi, ile ya kiganjo wacha.
Kuna mechanic siku fulani aliniharibia gari na akaiba certain parts from my vehicle. So I went and reported the matter to the police. And mimi nilikuwa ninangojea the usual zile za utupatie mafuta tuende tukachukua jamaa, and then sasa unataka aje tulete nini ndio to make sure amekaa ndani. I went, reported at the OB, then they told me, do you have the number of this mechanic? I was like, yes. It was a lady officer. She told me nipatie namba yake. I gave this lady with her own phone. She called this guy. Her own, not the police station, because sikuwa na polisi hapo. With her own phone, or I'll assume it's hers, she called this mechanic and told him, akampigia simu, akamwambia kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Paul Muvu, namjua? Akasema ulimtengenezea gari. Anasema gari yake iliharibika zaidi baada ya hapo na kuna vitu zina miss. Si ukuja hapa station. The guy showed up after a couple of hours, and then he was asked, so now this is the guy, he's saying that these things you were lost from his car. And the guy admitted, and he said, yes, I stole the catalytic converter, I stole a couple of sensors from his vehicle. So nikauliza, okay, he has admitted, so now guys, simuelewane. So I told this guy, just because I've replaced most of the things
that he stole.
Yes, I just need to replace the catalytic converter, and it's 40,000. So you either return the one that you stole from me, or give me 40,000, I purchase a new one. The guy said, mimi sina do. Nikamuuliza, na sasa tutafanya aje, because I need to fix my car. And afande said, there's a process. If you don't pay movie, kotini kesho. And I said, let the law take its course. And the law took its course. I didn't pay a single coin. And mind you, this cop didn't know me. You wouldn't say that. Ati yeye ananionanga kwa TV ndio maana. They did this. They took this guy. Jamaa akafika mpaka kotini. And the guy was jailed for 6 months.
What I like about what you're saying is my point exactly.
Yeah.
You hear of a case where there's some errant or some rogue individuals who unfortunately happened to be police officers.
Yes.
And then now, that is now all police officers in the Republic of Kenya. No, it's not. That's unfair.
Right.
That's unfair.
It is unfair.
I come across very many police officers who are courteous, who are polite, and they are just doing their job. In fact, in many cases, it is the civilian who has the problem.
Yeah.
Kwani wanasimamisha? Ui, sasa.
Unanijua? Do you know who I am? Let's do a little bit of traffic. But as we do that, check out radiogeneration.co.ke. AP officer held for 2 weeks as Karatina shooting probe continues. That is something you definitely want to check out. And then there's this about President Ruto and Gikomba Market, where Ruto orders Gikomba Market title deed issuance in 90 days to halt land disputes. You can also check out Senate questions Natembea over discrepancies in SHA and NHIF records. There's a COW UK. This is, let me just check them out. These are officials that deal with a lot of things, but they're in the security business, no? Anyway, the point is they have urged labor guarantees at state cuts Safaricom stake to 20%. Yeah, so you can get all this and much more on radiogeneration.co.ke. Lakini kwa sasa nataka kujua mmekwama wapi, that is kama mmekwama.
Traffic.
Haya, Raila Odinga Way looking Langata Road also looking absolutely gorgeous this morning as far as traffic is concerned. That means that you guys are moving quite well. Agwing Skodek, Mukusawa, Dennis Prit Road, iko fiti, naona pale State House. Kuna kako sawa. Kumaanisha president akitaka kutoka ende zake atapata kukosawa kwenye barabara. Watu wa Ngong Road, Mwambaji, a few pockets of traffic at the usual junctions and the T junctions rather, and the roundabouts. Naivasha Road looking quite tricky at this particular hour. So that means if you're leaving the junction mall, unaenda side za Kawangware, and probably beyond. There are a few pockets of traffic here and there. For example, pale Kinyanjui Road kuna traffic. Pale Nyakinywa Road kuna traffic kidogo. Kabiria Road inakaa iko sawa sasa hivi. Rerouter as well, no complaints coming through from that particular area. This is Masharia Road, kule sehemu za Gatina Primary School. It's looking good. This is not Expressway, but this is Waiyaki Way. Yes, Waiyaki Way looks actually good. I cannot see a single pocket of traffic. No red line, no yellow line. Yani, you went to me this road mzuri namna hii this early morning. That's good story. Tunafaa tuhamie huko sasa. And then Mombasa Road looking good. No complaints coming through. If you're coming all the way from Kitengela heading towards the CBD, hata pale Imaradema mali kuna kwanga na traffic kawaida, it's absolutely clean at this particular hour. Moving swiftly to Mombasa area. Mombasa, no complaints as far as your traffic is concerned. Is it because it is early in the morning that you guys are not moving, or is it because I can see only one spot that has got some traffic, and this is at the new Nyali Bridge, and then one more at Pale Naivas Mumbe Tayari. That's the only spot, and it's because it is a V junction. That's the only place I can see traffic on this entire map of Mombasa. But if you do see something that I should know about, please holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Standard, where Tangula questioned. So while police insist the car crash that killed former Lugari MP Cyrus Jirongo was an accident, detectives have already questioned more than 20 people, including Speaker Moses Wetangula, as they dig into the final hours of a death that refuses to go away. As investigators piece together timelines and forensic evidence, politicians remain unconvinced, openly questioning the official narrative and demanding answers to what they insist are troubling inconsistencies. Yeah. So some of the unanswered questions include: how did Cyrus Jirongo find himself in Naivasha? Was Jirongo driving himself? Who were the passengers in the ill-fated Climax bus? Why did the airbags of Jirongo's Mercedes-Benz fail to deploy after the impact? And why were Jirongo's injuries allegedly inconsistent with those of a typical car crash? You can get the entire scoop on page 4 of the Standard newspaper. Back page, it says Africa Cup of Nations refereeing gets a red card. Well, that final was quite the final. Looking at the front page of the Star, Oburu convinced Mega Luo meet amid family war. So if you check out that story on page 4 and 5, you will see much more on that. So analysts warn that moves by Raila's family could hurt Ruto's chances. How Ruto moves have jolted Gachagua to camp in Mount Kenya for 60 days. During Saturday's meeting at Sagana State House Lodge, a few meters from Gachagua's Wamunyoro home, President said he was targeting to double his 2022 votes in the region. Court holds building of Ngong Ruta railway line. Former KCSE exam giants that do not roar anymore. And the president reclaiming Stubborn Mountain one tour at a time. That's the story on page 14 by Frederick Okango. And in the news, Museveni victory was created by AI algorithm, says the Kenya Human Rights Commission. They're insisting that the percentages that he won with are humanly impossible. Impossible. You can check that story on page 2. City, over to you. Daily Nation.
The Daily Nation. The Daily Nation doesn't disappoint. Kenya shilling 68 billion cash crisis cripples counties. Governors say Treasury has not wired funds for 2 months, warning that devolved units struggling to pay salaries and suppliers are now relying on bank loans, risk shutdown, disrupting hospitals and schools. However, CS John Mbadi insists there is no crisis. Really? Okay. Let me just read some quotations.
Please do.
This is a quote attributed to CS Treasury, John Mbadi. We have begun releasing the December allocation, with Nairobi always receiving its share, and by the end of this week, we expect to have disbursed the entire December tranche, leaving only January outstanding. Makueni Governor Mutula Kilonzo. Contractors are becoming wary of county projects because they incur penalties from the banks when they cannot service their loans. Are they talking about pending bills? Are they talking about recent debts? What are they talking about? Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga. We have a looming strike by clinical officers as well as the Kenya County Government Workers Union. The delay is going to exacerbate the situation. Okay? Kirinyaga Governor Anwai Guru. We have bursary that we should have released with schools opening and other development works that require payments to complete. Okay, so they formed a choir. There is the Makueni Governor, Nyeri Governor, and Kirinyaga. They are singing the same note, same tune. Treasury CS, him is singing in bass, and these ones are singing in treble. Ahmed Nasser backs down in fight with Supreme Court judges. The Supreme Court judges are reviewing a fresh application seeking to lift their ban on senior counsel Ahmed Nasser Abdullahi from appearing before them. Senior counsels Paul Muite and Fred Ngati told the judges yesterday to reconsider the punishment, saying Mr. Ahmed Nasser had reflected on the conduct, complained of the 2-year ban, and had served its purpose. Okay? Turkana has the lowest turnout. Bandera tops in grade 10 admissions. Turkana has the least number of students who have reported to grade 10, as the number of learners enrolled in senior school rose to 831,000, according to the Ministry of Education. With the deadline for admissions to schools lapsing today, those registered by midday yesterday accounted for 77% of the 1.1 million junior school graduates. Only 25% of learners placed in school in Turkana County have reported. By contrast, 95% of the students have joined school in Mandera. Okay?
Yeah.
This is interesting. In crime, Shakahola confession. Enos Amanya Ngala, the head of security for a cult led by Paul Mackenzie that caused the deaths of 450 at Shakahola Forest in Kilifi, becomes the first suspect to plead guilty to the multiple murder case. Okay.
I read that. I read part of his his report. He has said that the people were urged to willingly give their bodies. So there are those who starved willingly, and those ones that refused were tied with wires to trees and left there to starve until they breathed their last. That is serious torture.
Yeah. Right.
Ilikuwanga noma sana. Umemaliza gazeti?
Well, I have other newspapers.
Right.
Let me look at the Business Daily. I was just pondering on what I've just read. So you were telling me. Let me look at the Intelligence. There's a quotation from a gentleman by the name of Nderitu Muridhi.
Yeah.
With
the same Nderitu Muridhi we hosted yesterday?
Same.
All right.
With forward-looking county governors in Kenyan devolution, the country, this is a question that he's posing. With looking forward, county governors, is devolution the country's platform for transformation? This was really, in essence, the discussion that we were having yesterday, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Kenya's debt servicing costs hits 942 billion in the first 6 months. Kenya's debt servicing costs jumped 44% in the first half of the current financial year, increasing pressure on public finances. New treasury data shows. It's all in the public domain. Safaricom to roll out tokenized Wi-Fi plans. Safaricom plans to roll out tokenized Wi-Fi within the next month, introducing pay-as-you-go broadband options. I thought you already had them. When you put, when you buy data or bundles, see, that's pay-as-you-go. So you use them, you buy and then you use.
You use, yes.
Anyway, the telco seeks to expand fixed interest access beyond higher income households and businesses. Investors switch to 25 billion into lower return bond. Investors who held a 10-year bond maturing in August 2026 agreed to roll out over 26.49 billion of their paper into a 15-year bond in the current fiscal year. First switch bond issuance. Okay?
Yeah.
Meaning the government doesn't have to pay the principal. They just keep paying the what? The interest. KRA locks teams' locations in 36 billion fraud crackdown. geo-referencing technology to help catch cheats, taxmen losing billions to fictitious invoices annually. Then there's a story about the KPC stake sale. 3 billion windfall for advisors in KPC stake sale. Transaction advisors and other agencies facilitating the ongoing Kenya Pipeline Company initial public offering are in line for a 3 billion fee windfall, highlighting the lucrative payday accruing to intermediaries who arrange large capital market deals. That is the Business Daily.
All right.
Tuko sawa?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the Business Daily.
Ulikuwa na Standard?
Nilikuwa nimesoma Standard lakini pia
kama umesoma haina shida.
Lakini kuna story pia nataka kusema hapa, also published by the Standard.
Please carry
on their X account.
Yes.
Labour Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua says DCI is hunting a couple who vanished with, listen to this, 18 million from the youth fund meant to help youths secure jobs abroad, urging them to surrender. So again, in case you have just woken up and you're wondering what did Mbuvi just say, let me read that again. Labour Cabinet Secretary Dr. Alfred Mutua says DCI is hunting a couple who vanished with 18 million Kenya shillings from the youth fund meant to help youth secure jobs abroad, urging them to surrender.
I don't understand.
Mimi pia sielewi. How does anyone for that matter vanish with 18 million shillings of youth fund? Was that money in a bag somewhere in his office? Was that money somewhere in a bag in the
was it in transit?
Yes.
And they were the custodians?
Did they have the government ATM card and they went to a teller machine and withdrew that money? Did they go to a bank where that money is kept by the youth fund?
By the government.
By the government, and said, my name is Paul and this is my girlfriend or wife Pauline. Tupatie hapa 18 million.
Or my colleague.
Yes.
So we have come for that 18 million.
How?
We've been sent. Oh, you've been sent. Yes. Where are the documents here? All right, here's the 18 million. Then.
And why 18? Why not 15? Why not 10? Is there a limit to how much a couple can vanish with?
Or is it that it was 40 and 22 has been located? The 18 is what can be
party.
So which is it?
How does someone make away with 18 million from a youth fund?
How do you disappear with it, really?
Because
was it in cash form? I mean, how? The how question is important.
Did someone break into a vault? Yes, you were saying.
Yes. Now I was going to ask, are these the people who were in charge of the electronic aspect of transferring money?
Or were they the folks who were giving the money out in cash? Because let me not lie to you, City. So, I've worked for the government several times. And there are times you're paid unalipwa in cash. So you're told, yako ilikuwa ni? Oh, when you're the dancer, you're the one who danced before the press. Okay, yako ilikuwa 5,000. Oh, sawa. Shika 5,000 yako. So could it be such a situation where the money was in a truck somewhere waiting to be disbursed and then someone made away with the entire truck?
I don't know, man.
Because see, the president was in Machakos.
And why are they just 2 people? Why are they not 5?
See, the president was in Machakos the other day.
Yes.
Na nasikia alikuwa anapeana 22,000. Na hiyo 22,000 alikuwa anapeana aje Nyota Fund? Alikuwa anapeana aje? Could it be such a situation where the president went with a truckload of money?
No.
Alikuwa anambia tu, okay, sasa vijana kujeni hapa. Wewe shika 22,000 yako, wewe shika 50 yako.
Hapana, that thing unatumiwa electronically.
So I'm trying to make sense of this 18 million.
There's absolutely no way you are going to be carrying that amount of cash to dish out to people. It doesn't work.
Akisiti, sikudangani.
No.
Ilifanyika. Mimi wakati wa Kibaki, I saw it.
I am not saying they don't.
Yes.
I myself have been involved in some activities with aspects of the government. And I was paid cash.
Yes.
So it is not that I don't know. There's documentation and you're given your money.
Yes.
What I'm referring to is the expanse and the number of people who were at the stadium or wherever it is they were for this Nyota issue.
Yes.
Abana ile pesa is bebo ile. That one, kuna mali una simu.
hiyo hesabu inafanywa vizuri. We know these are the
well in advance.
So even when you're presenting yourself, you come with documentation and you're told, so you guys are the youth group from Kitui. Okay, here's your 18,000 or your 20,000 or whatever amount you had applied for.
That is how it works. But this 18 million story, let's see how it develops, shall we?
18 million. Yes. A couple.
Yes.
What in the world?
And they took off with it.
And where are these guys?
Jamaa. labda wameenda Seychelles.
It's very possible.
Or Mauritius.
You know, when they get to Mombasa, as long as they have a boat, and then they just point the boat to Seychelles, it will take them there.
Seychelles ni mbali.
It will take them there.
Na boti bwana.
Oh no, wait. Unaweza? I checked. It's about 1,000 kilometers from Aki.
Do you know
yes.
how torturous 1,000 kilometers is?
Yeah.
In the water. See boat, Baba. You need boat. Boat. Chief.
Seychelles and Seychelles. So, if it's let me tell you the kilometers. It is actually, it is 1,770 kilometers from Mombasa.
You can't go by boat.
Let me finish. That is 1,100 miles from the port of Mombasa. And that is if you're going by air. So, assuming even you double that distance if you're doing if it's by air, it's just one way.
Story about wacha.
Bro, acha nikwambie, unaweza. Unajua kani unaweza? You just need, first of all, because kutoka hapa mpaka Mombasa ni how long? See, it's about 500 kilometers.
Yes.
So, let's even triple that distance and make it 1,500. Yes?
Why don't you just leave Mombasa and go to Busia?
Okay. That's about the distance, right?
So, more or less.
You can go by boat. You just need enough fuel and food to last you maximum 2 days.
Okay, let's be specific. What sort of boat are you referring to?
A boat that can that has that fuel capacity.
Then that's a ship. It's no longer a boat.
But you can carry fuel. You know that. You can just you just need to be you and your partner.
Paul.
Yes.
The Indian Ocean is not just a surface with calm waters. It's not like that.
It has perilous waters, yeah?
Yes, there's wind. And open seas are a completely different kettle of fish.
And there are storms as well.
Yes, they are.
And you need to know how to navigate.
Yes, you do need. If Lake Victoria has such things, and my friend, a small boat...
Can capsize?
Forget capsize, you can be airborne. You hit a wave, or a wave hits you, you will be airborne.
City, do you know there are folks that transfer drugs from South America to North America via submarines, that they makeshift submarines?
My friend, I don't know very much about that business.
Yes.
So I will take your word for it.
And no, you can actually, it's something you can verify because I've watched documentaries about it. So if someone can do that, these folks that stole 18 million, you just need a cool 2 million to have a makeshift submarine. So you have 16 million remaining and then just have enough fuel to move from Kenya to Seychelles.
I advise you to watch far more serious movies. These makeshift submarine stories aren't, forget it, man.
Ahmed Nasir backs down in a fight with Supreme Court judges. I was reading this story. I found it rather quite interesting. You know, Ahmed Nasir 3 years ago was banned from appearing before the Supreme Court judges.
Yep.
Because of troubles that he had with them. They felt like he was attacking them a lot.
He was attacking them.
They felt as though, apana, this is too much.
They told him, Ati?
Yeah.
Ati?
Unasema nini we?
Okay.
Tuone kama kuna kesi yako itafika hapa.
Yeah, please, tafadhali. Na hiyo manga.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And him being a senior counsel and a very prolific one at, what he does, you'll find that a lot of his cases will always zake hazikuangi za lower court sana zake zinakuanga za high court, court of appeal, supreme court.
Every arm of government is a cartel.
Yes, from the executive, judiciary to the legislature.
Yes, you do not go around mucking about with them frivolously. They may not even speak to you, but as the saying goes, they have your number. A day will come and they'll be waiting for you. Or they will wait for you.
Acha nifanya kama the late Raila Odinga. Itafika siku moja ujipata unafanya kut. Yeah, so they banned him from the Supreme Courts But his lawyers, that is senior counsels Paul Mwite and Fred Ngatia, again, awesome folks. They told the judges, that is yesterday, to reconsider the punishment, saying that Mr. Ahmed Nasir had reflected on the conduct complained of, and that the 2-year ban had served its purpose.
Those are very, very senior people. The sort of people who, if they have your case, the Supreme Court judges will listen. Because they're probably older than all those fellows you find there. And they've been in the practice for much longer than all those people. So they're respected.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ilifika mahali nikaona for the very first time. There's a picture actually inside the Daily Nation of lawyer Ahmed Nasir rather. Very calm and composed, and for the first time I was like, ala, kumbe Granumula anaweza tulia.
Anybody anaweza tulia. There are things you do because you think you can get away with it.
Yeah.
When it becomes clear that getting away isn't part of the plan, you do need to have a plan B, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
Yes, indeed, you do. So that is about the Grand Mula. And wacha tuone. This is the guy that sued. Is it the government, or did he sue Kenha for I don't know how much when his Bentley?
Was it his Bentley or was it his G-Wagon?
I think it was his Bentley. I'm not sure, but he has all those supercars. When one of those vehicles suffered some damage on the roads of Nairobi.
I agreed with him on that suit. Because the people who are charged with maintaining the well-being of our roads, if something happens to my car, lakini wao.
Because hiyo gari pia ni kazi yangu. Inanisaidia kufanya kazi yangu. Inanisaidia ku earn a living. So if I cannot use that vehicle, if I cannot earn a living, there's a problem. There's a problem.
I said, wewe.
Yeah. Last but not least, again, that issue of the suspect. So, Enos Ngala is one of the guys who was arrested. So, this is one of his quotes. The bouncers started tying those who refused to offer their bodies. They were tied using binding wire, and left tied to trees until they breathed their last.
You know, it's first of all, the pain of being tied to the wire.
Then being left to starve.
You have to ask.
Yeah.
Mental illness aside, what do you do to such people?
What do you do to such people?
Yes, because this isn't an ordinary crime. Deliberate, willfully harming people.
You have got to be a sadist.
There must be something fundamentally wrong with you, but not wrong enough for you to be insane, because you knew what you're doing.
You have got to be a sadist to do some of these things.
No.
You have got to lack some level of humanity.
One thing that is clear, there's an absolute absence of moral fiber.
Empathy, sympathy out the window.
Out. Somebody who takes advantage of human beings who have decided to trust. It's something I find a little. It's jarring and daunting and disturbing all at the same time.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's absolutely so.
On a light note, good things happening in the English Premier, the UEFA Champions League. Arsenal jana wametandika Inter Milan 3-1 kwao. They went to Inter Milan huko in Italy na wakatandika watu vibaya sana kwao. Man City also were playing against a team called Bodo Glimt, and that team beat Man City, a good one.
Bodo Glimt is from which country?
I'm forgetting the name of the country, but it was one of those international games. Walitandika your team, or rather your team ilitandika Man City vibaya tena sana. It was ugly. It was actually ugly in terms of what happened.
How many goals did they score?
Man City?
No.
Man City managed to score one goal.
And the other Glade?
That other one, the Glimt, they scored 3 goals against Man City.
3 is a bit many.
It is. In the first half, in a span of 2, because I watched this particular game, in the span of 2 minutes, they scored 2 goals. That is now this guy is called Bodo. In a span of, the first one was scored at 24 minutes, I believe. The second one was scored at the 25th minute. It was back to back. Da. Then they came back for the second half. Kuongeza ingine. Then Man City wakajitetea na kamoja. and that is how the game ended.
What happened? What's happened to Man City?
Nothing much. I wouldn't say. This is considering it's a UEFA game. That was really a bad, because when you meet a foreign team, you really can't predict how it will go. You can't compare your strengths until you actually play the game several times.
So there are people who are supposed to do that to understand how these people play their games.
Yeah. They watch their previous games, look at their statistics, and then predict how they might play. But you see, you really can't tell how a game would go at the end of the day.
No, you can't.
Yeah. Arsenal najua mali wako wamefurahi, top of the table as far as the English Premier League is concerned, doing very well in the UEFA Champions League. We wish them all the best, man. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Labour Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua has blamed lengthy documentation requirements and drawn-out court procedures for slow prosecution of individuals accused of defrauding Kenyans through fake overseas job schemes. Addressing the media in Nairobi on Tuesday, Dr. Mutua said that despite 390 complaints being filed over the past 6 months, he adds that only 15 cases have been successfully concluded so far.
Why out of 390, only 15? It is because investigation of fraud needs a follow-up of paperwork. The DCI has to go to court, apply for special permission to get bank statements, to get Safaricom M-Pesa statements. So there's a process that is undertaken. They have to do verification of documents. So it takes time. The company is not registered anywhere in the country of Kenya, does not even have a bank account, has nothing, and they put fake posters and people give them money.
At least 2 people are feared dead and several others wounded after violence erupted in Mukulusu village, Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County, in the early hours of Tuesday. The chaos reportedly began after confrontation between local residents and 3 forest officers who are alleged to have fired shots, triggering panic and anger among villagers. During the unrest, residents set ablaze motorcycle believed to belong to the officers.
Hili ni tendo ambalo tungependa kulikashifu kabisa, kwa sababu si mara ya kwanza ambayo tunapata mambo kama haya yakitendeka katika mtaa huu wa Mukulusu pamoja na mtaa wa Shamiloli na mtaa wa Iloro na mtaa wa Isecheno. Tungependa kuwaomba walinda usalama wa vitengo mbalimbali kuhakikisha wanafanya kazi yao ipasavyo.
An administration police officer, Peter Wamiti, will be held in custody for 14 days as investigation continue into the fatal shooting of a businessman in Karatina. Wamiti is accused of shooting businessman George Gadhu on Sunday night, January 18th at around 11 p.m. in Karatina town. He was presented before Nyeri Senior Resident Magistrate Mary Gituma, where prosecutors had asked the court to detain him for 21 days. However, the court ordered a 14-day detention, citing concerns for the officer's safety following public anger over the incident. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe has opposed plans to merge the regulation of human and veterinary medicines, saying the move could endanger both public and animal health. Speaking during a visit to the Veterinary Medicines Directorate facility in Loresho, Kagwe said human and animal medicines must remain regulated separately in line with science, food safety, and international standards. He warned that changing these through new laws before Parliament and the East African Legislative Assembly will go against global best practices. A chauffeur who was driving Anthony Joshua when their car crashed, killing 2 of the boxer's friends, has appeared in court in Nigeria. Adenini Kayode was previously charged with 4 crimes, including death by dangerous driving. Joshua's personal trainer Latif Ayodele and strength coach Sinagami died on the 29th of December 2025 after the vehicle collided with a stationary lorry near Lagos. Joshua was treated in hospital for his injuries. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Actually, I know how you are doing because I can see a couple of you tuned in bright and early. Wacha nipeane salamu before we get into the serious conversations of this morning. John Mutua amesema niko tuned in kutoka Doha. Good morning, Movie NCT. Miss you all. John Mutua, come back home. Na tukunywe chai pamoja. Festy Royals amesema, Mbuvi, could City explain how Central Region is being described as having 10 counties today and whether redefining regions this way is healthy for unity and long-term stability? What is the motive? A very good question, Festy, and it will definitely get the time to discuss it. Polite Tall Guy says, good morning, Hamjambo, listening from Nakuru. Thank you, Polite Tall Guy. Fighter saying, hiyo message imeenda ndio hii. Mwalimu mwanasayansi mzee CT na kijana mzee Mbuvi, mko aje? Lakini pokeeni salamu kutoka Marekani katika jimbo la Mississippi. Swahili yangu inaishia hapo. Mbuvi, how did you perform on this? I need to go and check my KCPA and KCSE certificates. How did I score in Kiswahili? I didn't perform as I should have. I'm not sure what the grade. Was it a C? I can't. Was it C plus somewhere? I don't know. It could have been a B minus. I'll confirm. Then there's the Kikombe saying checked in from Phuket in Thailand. If we had to quickly transform from CBC to CBE, it is evident we poorly planned even the name. A house built in a hurry announces itself, and with cracks. Donge, yes indeed, Kikombe. Douglas Kibogong anasema at fighter Swahili yangu ama Swahili langu. Douglas ni Kiswahili changu. Both of you are wrong. Evans Onyancha saying, Hamjambo, good people. And then we have Auntie Mweni saying, good morning, Movie NCT. And I know this is my aunt because yo ndio ni ananiandikianga kwa YouTube na ananiandikia kwa WhatsApp. So good morning, Auntie, how are you doing? And then we have Investment Journal saying, good morning from Bungoma colleagues. This is Caleb Kitui Smith. I still desire to connect with City Muga. It has nothing to do with any makeshift things. And then Fighter ameniambia Bodo Glimt is from Norway. Yes, Fighter, thank you. That team that beat Manchester City yesterday is from Norway. Ametukonfirmia. Asante sana, Fighter. In studio, na kuna swali hapa City ndakusomea baadaye, alafu utasaidia huyu jamaa. But in studio we do have Jamie Kokonya. She is Africa Campaigner Access Now. And I asked her this, and I'm sure I want to ask it again for the sake of our listener. Mm-hmm. First of all, Jamie, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Tunasema Happy New Year mpaka Machi isha.
Of course.
Africa Campaigner Access Now. Who or what is Access Now?
So, Access Now is a global digital rights organization that advocates for digital freedoms online. So, this can span to things such as data protection. We also work on connectivity, so that affects issues on internet shutdowns. We also work on issues like human rights abuses affected by things like mass surveillance. So, that can be like communication surveillance or mass surveillance, like in public spaces where we have like facial recognition cameras. We also work on artificial intelligence issues and how they affect human rights. We also work on digital identity, which when I say digital identity, people might not know what that means. But in Kenya, if you've heard of Maisha number or Huduma number, that's what we call digital identity.
All right.
Yeah.
And I see the government now, through that Maisha number, releasing new ID cards.
Yes.
We are having new ID cards with every regime in this country.
Isn't it very strange?
Kibaki gave us new IDs, then President Uhuru gave us new IDs. Now President Ruto is giving us new IDs. So anyway, we are being identified at in every regime.
Is there a difference?
With these new cards?
Yes.
Yeah, they have a new look with every regime.
No,
yeah.
It's not the new look. It is what is it that these IDs now represent or can do that their previous ones didn't.
To be honest, I don't know. Like for example, the new Maisha one. Sitakudanganya city. Hata sielewi.
Essentially, like the Maisha number card is the government essentially trying to give everybody a unique personal identifier. So if you have the Maisha number card, not only, I guess, would it be like an identification card that you have, but you'd now be able to access government services using that card.
But my old ID card does the same. I can still get a passport with it. I can still get, I can go to hospital with it. I can get a driving license with it.
Yeah, but now like essentially the digital identity system would have like a centralized integrated system for the government basically to access all of our data through that card, which is one of the issues that we have with it. And also one of the issues is that for people who have problems getting legal identification documents, for example, people that are stateless, like the Nubian community, for example. So if we pass Maisha number and we say that people can only access government services through this card, then that means like if you don't have a birth certificate, if you don't have an ID card, then if everybody is integrated to Maisha number, then people won't be able to access so many services like education, health, and issues like that. So that's one of the problems that we've been having with it. And also because...
wait.
Yeah.
What you're saying is, me and my old, because I don't have the Maisha one, so me with my old ID, it will get to a point where I can't access government services because I don't have the Maisha one.
Yes. Okay. Because they've made it mandatory. That's the problem.
So when's the cutoff date?
Well, our partners have been in court to challenge it. So the case is still ongoing and we're waiting for the final decision from the High Court. Yeah.
Do you know that time when we were told to take Huduma number?
Yes.
And then we were given a deadline and then suddenly Kenyans were registering for this thing way into the night, past midnight.
Yeah.
I was one of those Kenyans.
Yeah.
Because every time I would go to the place where we were designated in my locality to go and get the Huduma number, you'd always find these crazy lines. Stretching like 1,000, 2,000 people, and you're not going to stand in the sun, you're not going to stand in the rain or whatever weather conditions that are there for you to get. So every time I would go there, I'd find this line and go back home, come back the next day, come back at a different time. Kafika Mali, I now had to pay someone to give me this number. And it was a crazy time. Now, and I still didn't get that Huduma number. I still have my Huduma slip. And I feel bad. I think someone needs to refund me my 500.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, well, that's one of the issues that we have with the way that the government rolls out these kinds of projects, because like they'll initiate something without public participation and then now they'll tell everyone you have to do this by this time. If you don't do this, then you won't be able to access these things. So now people go and register in a panic. But then why Huduma number was stopped? Because like our partners, again, we went to court,
which is a good thing,
to stop it, because ideally, because at the time there was no Data Protection Act. So you can't collect all of this sensitive personal information about people and then centralize it in a government database without data protection frameworks. So at the time that was stopped, but then now instead of this current government, because previously they said that they were not on board with Huduma Numbers implementation, but when they came in they just changed the name and still maintained the same system.
Yes.
So as you can see, there's still a lot of challenges with it. Some people have Maisha number cards, some people don't have it. So those are the kind of problems we have.
If
with
I
the
may
rollout.
ask,
Yeah.
do these cards actually represent any benefit?
To us, not really, because people are still able to access government services without having like a centralized digital identity system. So the government will say, for example, that it's efficient for people to access services in these ways. But if we've seen instances, for example, during the elections, when people had to use biometrics for voting, for example, you saw how those systems fail. So they can not only fail, but they can also exclude people, and then the government will say like, oh, this will also help with issues maybe of identity theft. But those kinds of centralized databases, because they have so much of your sensitive personal data in one space, and also there's no purpose limitation for the government. So for example, if NHIF has your medical data, for example, that doesn't mean that another government agency should have access to that same data. But if the government has a centralized database, then there's not really any way of protecting your data from being accessed in ways
by
that
NHIF, NSSF, and any other entity.
You know, the unique identifier at some level makes sense in this way. A child is born and they have an identifier. Now, that identifier is like a unique ID that should enable you from the time you're born to access government services, so that these additional things of registering for elections, all these things that you keep doing, you don't need to. But mischief is being read into what the government is doing, hence the protest. Because one, in the absence of public participation, how then do you know how the citizenry think about the new system? And because when you discuss it or when it's spoken of, the questions that we're asking are asked at that point, because we are not the only people who are asking it.
Yeah.
I asked the question when I was told about it, and I wondered, okay, what I'm asking now is what I asked then. So what exactly is this thing going to do that this particular ID that I have doesn't do? And why are we changing it now? There are the benefits. There's a purpose. It just required explanation, nothing more.
Yeah.
But that explanation in my mind wasn't forthcoming.
Yeah.
It was just an initiative, and you're being told, excuse me, if you don't do this, then you won't be able to access A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
But now the question I was asking is, beyond what I've just mentioned about what I understand as a benefit of the unique identifier, surely such a system must have some benefit. It can't be all negative.
It's not all negative, but like a couple of years ago, we published like a digital identity myth buster. But this was because digital ID is not something that has happened just recently. Like in India, there was the Aadhaar system, for example, which our digital ID system is kind of modeled after as well. So the government will say things like it will provide access to government services, but as we've said, for people who have challenges with legal identification, they'll be locked out from those systems because of not having access to legal identification documents. And then the second thing is when the government had opened up public participation, like to civil society organizations and other stakeholders, we had included some assessments about the potential risks. So things that we've said about, like, if there could be potential violation of human rights abuses that happen as a result of this system, at the very least, the government should be able to do a data protection impact assessment so that those risks are mitigated. But then, they just said well, if you're saying that the digital ID system will put people at risk of surveillance, we don't have cameras inside the system, so that's not a risk. But that's not what we were saying. I think if I can use...
What were you saying?
if I can use Safaricom as an example, right? So Safaricom is a telecommunications provider, but as a data processor in Kenya, they hold so much of our personal data. We use Safaricom not only to communicate with people, but you also use it for mobile money and so many other things. And if you remember, like a couple of years ago in 2022, people were told, oh, now you have to re-register your SIM card, and if you don't, you'll be cut off from your mobile service provider. And they were told, like, now when you register your SIM card, you have to provide a photo, which for us now we call like facial biometric data. But again, that was a misrepresentation of the law, because the law doesn't actually require you to provide a photo. But now what that did is create a database of facial biometrics for Safaricom, and Safaricom not only has this facial biometrics database, but it now also runs the public integration surveillance system, which has thousands of CCTV cameras in Nairobi and Mombasa that have facial recognition capabilities. So if the police have access to the public integration surveillance system, and Safaricom, which is running the system, also has this basic database of facial biometrics, if we use protests as an example, right? If they want to target somebody and they have now the database and they have the CCTV cameras with facial recognition, then it's very easy to track people. Right, so that's one of the problems that we were having.
How is that a problem?
How is that a problem, CT?
Yes.
How is that a problem?
Yes.
Haven't you heard of forced disappearances?
I have.
Yes.
But there's a reason why I'm asking the question. I understand that if somebody is poking their nose into my business without authorization,
right,
they're infringing on my rights. I understand all that. I also understand that surveillance can be used as a tool of repression. I understand all that. But as a security measure, having a tool by which you can actually track and identify people, because criminals are people. People who do wrong are people, they live here. So it is not necessarily that everything to do with that system is going to work against the interests of the civilian. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Of course, City, and that is a good assumption, especially if you're assuming that we are dealing with a heavenly entity called government.
No, it doesn't have to be. In fact, this one doesn't have to be heavenly. It has to be very earthly.
You see,
because heavenly beings are not tracked by cameras. Just,
exactly.
Just for stats.
What I meant is the institutions that govern us are not necessarily constituted by saints. And if we go with you know me, I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I also see Jamie and her team.
No, they are not.
They let me tell you.
These are very. I've listened to her. These are logical people.
You have got
who are
to
clear about what it is that they want to do.
Exactly, and you have got to be skeptical for you to be able to do the kind of things that these societies are doing.
Actually, not necessarily.
You have got to be.
Paul,
you have got to think ahead.
Paul, we in this country have a general mistrust for anything called government.
Oh, yes.
Okay? Now, I am querying whether this mistrust must always be front and center when we're dealing with things that the government has done. That's really
I believe we have to. Yes, personally, I believe we have to.
I think when the government has a track record of human rights abuses, especially when they're so severe, it's difficult for us to extend that good faith. So, for example, with Data Privacy Week happening next week and the theme being taking control of your data, that should happen in a perfect world where people are not only empowered to exercise their rights, but then the government is also enforcing its duty to protect our rights. That should ideally happen in a perfect world. Does it happen? Unfortunately not.
Nowhere on this planet does what we are talking about here happen in the manner that we are saying it happens.
The thing is, it's happening in other places. So that means that it can happen here if there's a will from the government for it to actually happen. I think the problem that people have with mistrusting the government and its directives when they come to these things, especially when they're technical. First of all, people might not understand the technicality of how these products work and how these programs work. That's the first thing. And then the way that the government goes about it is that if they have already decided that they're going to roll out something, then we all just have to get on board. But they don't make us understand how either these systems will improve our lives, and even if there are risks, how they're going to protect us while they're rolling out this thing.
Especially on the risk part.
Exactly. And also, the mistrust comes when they act unlawfully. So with the SIM registration, for example, the Communications Authority is the one that was ordering the mobile operators to re-register people for SIM cards. And they were saying that this is in line with the SIM registration regulations. But if you actually go into the SIM registration regulation provisions, there's nowhere that it says that you need to provide facial biometrics for SIM registration. So when the government is acting unlawfully, it's also difficult for people to trust what they're doing.
See, what I'm asking is, there's a government directive. Where do we draw the line between an overzealous bureaucrat or people heading a department who are overzealous and an actual government directive? Public participation, or the lack of it thereof, has led to very many government initiatives being halted by our courts.
Yeah.
Okay? So again, is it purposeful by the government to ignore public participation again? Or is it the officers charged with these duties who in their overzealousness determine that they're going to ramrod this thing ahead anyway, and damn whoever it is who protests or who doesn't think about it. But since they have determined, I am seeing not a government approach to doing things. I am looking at a culture in government that has persisted and resists change.
Yeah.
So you have a constitution that allows people certain freedoms. Allows in the sense that it is their right. There's no debate about it. That is something that belongs to them. But there are people whose understanding of government and leadership within government is that their job is to tell you what to do, and your job is to do what they've told you to do.
Yeah.
And you dare not question. Again, the culture within government.
Yeah.
Okay? Why is it that other forms of government or other branches of government, when they have something that they wish the public to participate in, they actually do engage the public? I have two pet examples. One, this 1,000 shilling notes, when we're doing the thingy-magic change with it, I've never been so informed. Even if I didn't want to be informed, I was informed. If it was radio, if it was what, I was informed. I knew the day, the date, the time, to almost the hour when I had to hand in the old fiduciary issue. That's government.
Yeah.
They could have done exactly what we see. When we had COVID, they could have announced once a week and said, guys, you need to wash your hands and once a week, but we're doing it daily. Daily at a certain time. I'm simply saying, because I have seen certain arms of government actually doing what they're supposed to do, that's why I come up with this thinking about people who head certain units who have a way of doing things, which is culture. But in an earlier hour, we were discussing some policemen who decided to really give some young men a hard time in Nandi. And I asked, how many are they? Were they 10? Were they 20? I said, that's not the sum total of all the police officers in the region of Nandi. But we are going to speak as though every policeman in Nandi went to that pool place and was involved in the harassment. Why? Because our police service individuals have been involved in abductions. The opportunity to discuss and ask, okay, these policemen, which unit did they come from? Which specific police station did they come from? There are many questions you could ask so that when we are talking about that case, we are specific. But we don't do that. It is the police.
Well,
the only time you can actually lambast people and in a group like that is when you're talking about parliamentarians. You won't be wrong when you say something broadly negative. There'll be one or two people who will escape that drag. But by and large, the vast majority of them fit the perfect example of people who either don't seem to know what they were elected to do or simply refuse to do what they know they were elected to do.
Yeah.
Yes. So now then comes in your organization.
Yeah, well, for us, the issue is that, like, as you said, there's inconsistency in how the government approaches public participation depending on the different issues, right? But again, there are very many different levels of oversight that should prevent those kinds of things from happening. So with the Safaricom issue, for example, mobile operators in Kenya can decide to break the law if they want to, and that definitely is illegal. But again, the Communications Authority is the regulator. So the regulator should be preventing them from doing that. But now the regulator is encouraging them to do that. And then now the Communications Authority also does not operate on its own. It's under the Ministry of ICT. So where was the Cabinet Secretary of ICT when he saw the Communications Authority acting above its authority or issuing unlawful directives? And then where was the legislature when the Communications Authority and the Ministry of ICT were derelicting in their duties to not only inform people lawfully and truthfully about the processes on SIM registration, but also to make sure that people's constitutional rights are not violated? Why now does civil society have to come in and say, Safaricom, Airtel, you collected this data illegally, delete it, when it should not even have happened in the first place, because there are many different levels of oversight within the government to prevent that from happening?
Do you know what is strange about human behavior? If individuals who have authority are seen to be derelict in adhering to the dictates of the law, it makes it so much easier for other people who report to them or report to those who report to them to also do the same. It's so much easier.
Yeah.
The guilt is lessened. It's like when somebody in that position does it, you've been given permission. Okay? Now that's the permission I'm speaking of.
And I'll also say that the issue is also one of the things that we've always said when it comes to data protection implementation in Kenya is the lack of, first of all, resourcing and independence of the regulator. That's the Office of the Data Protection Commission. I'll give an example in comparison. If you remember when the Gen Z protests were happening and then people walikuwa nasalimiana, right? And they were doing now this to the MPs. You saw how swiftly the Office of the Data Protection Commission released a statement to discourage that kind of behavior. But how many times has the government collected our data illegally? You remember even allowing companies to come in and do it, not even just Kenyan companies, when WorldCoin came in and then they were
taking
collecting
our iris data.
Yeah, they were collecting people's biometric data. There was no data protection impact assessment, nothing from the Office of the Data Protection Commission. The mobile operators collecting people's data illegally. Even these CCTV cameras at facial recognition capabilities have been running in this country for like maybe 7 years now. We've never had a data protection impact assessment. So when it comes to governments or companies violating people's rights where there's government overreach, we don't see any action from the Data Protection Commission. But if it's us advocating for our rights, and yes, maybe not going through the right way, we should not be doxing people. Now you see that the Data Protection Commission comes out and says, no, do not do that. Don't release people's information.
Doxing is what?
So doxing is when you release someone's personal information online without their consent. So you see when people were salimiana, they were saying, ndo hii phone number wa you MP salimia. So
that is doxing.
That's doxing. But for some of them,
it's illegal.
It is illegal, but for some of them, their phone numbers were publicly available. That is not doxing. Yeah.
You know, the Data Protection Commissioner is probably one individual who is under more pressure than any of us can realize. Look at the independent commissions that we have. Recently, we're talking about the JSC. And when we talked about the composition of it, I actually asked myself, how is this commission actually independent? Just the manner in which the people who are part of it are selected, elected, brought into place. And you're thinking, but interests have already been served, interests have already been taken care of.
Yeah.
So this independence that we're talking about, what exactly is it? And I asked the question, where is the public represented? And I was told, well, the president appoints somebody. I said, no, you see, that's precisely the point. The president is elected. Okay? Now, the very people who elect Are you telling me there's no mechanism by which, for instance, somebody who is a religious leader, a civic leader, civic society, are we saying that they cannot be given an opportunity to decide, since this round we need somebody from our sector, we've asked that this person be the one who represents us there. It isn't there. That's the culture I'm speaking of, because the culture seems to be determined that it must resist the change that the 2010 Constitution sought to bring about.
Yeah.
And at every turn, there's a twist and turn and a twist and turn. But then it opens up this discussion to a completely different level. Who really has interest in our data?
That's the question. And so for me,
because the interest is great, for
Yes.
sure. The interest is there. Why?
The interest is great, and for us, what we look at is when the government says that it requires data collection or data processing for a specific purpose, what we ask ourselves is, what has the track record actually been previously when they have access to people's data and information? Has it been for the purpose of overreach, or has it been for the purposes of actually service delivery? So if we remember, like last year when the protests were happening and Albert Ojwang was abducted and killed, for example, when I think the IG of police was giving his testimony in Senate, he said that they were able to access information through asking the communication authority for this person's their social media details, and then through that they were able to track him, and then now they abducted him, and unfortunately he died while he was in custody.
By the way, do you know that you actually have to go to court to get an order to be able to access these things? It's not that you call your buddy and Nani.
So you said any detail.
No,
yes, if you want subscriber information according to the Computer Misuse Act, you're supposed to get a court order from the court. You can't just go,
and they know that.
Yes, you can't just go to a social media company and say, this is the handle of this person, can you give us their information? Even the social media companies themselves have policies about how they are supposed to abide by those kinds of things. If you're a government or law enforcement agency, you have to provide a court order, and also the court order has to be if you want maybe access to someone's information through communication surveillance, if you suspect that they're committing a crime, let's say according to the Computer Misuse Act, you can't just say, okay, I want to surveil this person for 6 months. No, it's supposed to be limited, it's supposed to be for a specific purpose, and there actually should be a founded belief that there is a crime taking place or that there's a danger taking place. But then if someone just comes and goes on X and says, Ruto amenibo, that doesn't give the police the right to go and find this person, abduct them, and possibly kill them.
That's where the overzealousness comes in.
I want to read 2 comments here. The first one is Benedict, why have you retracted your message? And it was such a beautiful message. But if I remember it, let me paraphrase. Benedict was saying that something to the effect of, why do Kenyans generally believe that they are living under an oppressive government? Because he's reacting to something we said earlier on, whereby we were talking about the fact that you never know what the government will do with your information, right?
Yeah.
Then Mohamed Murunga, and I like his comment because it sort of replies to what Benedict had said. Mohamed amesema, the government must demonstrate consistency for it to regain our trust. Trust is earned, not coerced. And I'll go back to what we said about these forced disappearances and whatnot. Fine, we know some people have been disappeared in this country. Circumstances sometimes are not necessarily clear, right? We only have witness accounts where they say, tuliona Jamie radio generation na kutoka hapa tujelienda wapi. Now, for us to say that for some people, not us, but for some people to believe they are living under an oppressive regime, it is because of some of the things that they see. For example, Albert Ojwang, Rex Masai, and the many other Kenyans who found themselves in that particular situation. Just the other day, we saw youths in Nandi Hills being whipped by police officers while they were playing pool. Apparently, it's illegal to play pool past the wee hours of the night. Ufai kucheza up to a certain time. Kifika wakati fulani nenda nyumbani ukalale. So These guys were just enjoying themselves, right? And then they were assaulted by the police. Now, those are some of the indicators and some of the reasons perhaps some people might think that gava inatunyanyasa, and maybe even the government is just looking at this situation and they're like, sasa watu wanatuchomea, because we saw what CS Murkomen came out and said. He said that those people will be arrested and they will be arraigned in court, and if found guilty, the law will take its course. And I like that, and I hope we actually see the end of that particular situation. But it doesn't negate the fact that when Kenyans see that, they feel like they are not safe in the hands of their government. And perhaps it is such kinds of stories that will make people skeptical about why are we giving out these kinds of information. For example, me, I have this question. Why not integrate already what they have? Because they have my ID, they have my details, they have my fingerprints. Why not just take that information and then just ask for any additional information they might need? Why do I need to go through another entire process again? Yet they have my birth certificate, they have my parents' certificates, they literally know everything about me. They gave me a KCSE certificate, they gave me a KCP certificate. Nini gava ijiji yangu?
That's why I asked the question, who wants our data? Who
exactly
wants our data? Because the moment you get to the age of 18, in fact, before you get to the age of 18, before you get admitted to school, there's something called a birth certificate that we tend to have. That's documentation.
Yeah. And even this whole SHA issue, I was already in the NHIF system. So the government decided to scrap that and reintroduce SHA. Okay, fine. Why do I have to register for SHA again? See, you have my details with the NHIF. See, you transfer to your data.
Yes and no. A new system of that nature, especially if you go and believe the narrative, that there was a lot in NHIF. You know, this thing we have, this Kenyan thing of ghosts, they're not just in schools. They are in our databases. People who exist and yet don't exist. That's why they're called ghosts. That registration with SHA, I understand it. Because then it fits in with whatever system that they have, and they now know that these are the people who actually are there. If you transfer a whole load of people from one system to the other,
but we still, even today, we still have ghosts in SHA.
Oh, bro, the ghost story.
So the ghost story never disappears.
No, it never does. We have ghosts everywhere.
Hata maisha number itakuwa na ghosts.
As I said, let Maisha number have their own ghosts, okay?
But we get rid of the ghosts.
But they're not imported from another system. It's just an yao, and we know it is theirs. Look, the discussion is pertinent, Paul. The problem with giving a dog a bad name, okay? In this case, it is a government that has a bad name. Okay? So, it is as though we look for an opportunity to find fault. Okay? And what the problem with government is, they also don't fail us. They always give us reasons for us to continue doubting them. Okay? What is this thing that is difficult with public participation?
I don't know.
I honestly also don't know. What is this thing that is difficult with public participation? Because I think in the absence of it, people will go to court, for sure.
But it's because I think through public participation, they will not they will not progress their agenda. Sababu kuna vitu zingine tu public itakataro safi.
No. If you take the time and bother to first of all understand what the public wants, then you tailor make what you want to do.
But you see, the fact that they do not do that is because they do not want our input as the public.
And then we are going to continue having a problem.
Because they know the moment you take that thing to the public, we will have Kenyans who understand it better than the others, such as Jamie, saying that wase hapa kuna shida. Because the moment the government or this entity has got this and this and this details of you, then this and this and this is possible.
It is such a pity. That's how you strengthen a system. When you give people the opportunity to actually examine it. See, the narrative seems to be they will criticize it. What if they strengthen and say, you know, this one, to achieve this, you could do this? That somebody who's knowledgeable would tell you. Again, I go back to these overzealous people who, it is their own personal understanding of how this thing should be done that now runs interference. Then there are those who will say, no, orders from above. Let's give the example of young men who've been abducted and young men who have been shot. There are people
and women.
Young men and women who've been abducted and killed. There are people who blame the president directly. And I asked the question, I've heard their complaint. How did the president benefit from the death of a young person?
Well,
how? Do you think he doesn't know that it works against him? That people look at the death of a young person is treated very differently from the death of an older person. People are far more emotive about the death of a younger person.
Yeah.
You think he doesn't know this? He does. So if we go by that narrative that it is him who issues those orders, why would he issue the orders? Someone says, oh, he wants to scare people. I said, but it achieves the complete opposite effect. People get to a point where they stop being afraid. That is bad for you. When people are not afraid, death is a secondary issue. It's not really at the forefront of their mind. They figured, in their heads probably they figured I will die, so it doesn't really matter. Now, nobody wants that situation. Because you're fomenting revolt where you didn't need to foment revolt.
I think the problem comes in it would be difficult for us to say for sure that he gave these orders, obviously, because we don't know what happens behind the scenes. But I think the difficulty comes in when we see the police doing what we are doing. We hear Murkomen telling people, giving the police shoot to kill orders. And then after that, the president now invites the police to State House. And then he says, you've done such a great job. In fact, we are going to pay you even more. After people have seen people's children being shot dead in the streets, so that it gives it's very difficult then for people to separate what the law enforcement is doing and what the government's objectives are. Because if the government's objectives is to ensure that we are protected, those things not only would not even happen in the first place, but there was no way that the CS would give the police the shoot to kill orders. He walked them back eventually, yes, but that doesn't give the public the confidence that the police is doing this on its own, but the government's position is completely different. And the government also is supposed to ensure that if the police is doing this, that there's oversight, there's IPOA.
Let me ask a question. Is IPOA independent?
Not really.
Police service, do we have an independent police service?
But again, if the government wants to separate...
it's a very simple question I'm asking.
Yes, they don't. But my point is, if the government wants to separate their actions from what the police are doing, then they should ensure that IPOA is independent. They should ensure that KNHCR has the resources to document these violations, to ensure that victims of police brutality have access to justice. But if you purposefully under-resource these organizations and make sure that they're not independent, then it assumes that you're giving the police the leeway to basically do whatever they want.
So you're denying that these institutions are not independent?
They are not independent, I don't think
Is the National Land Commission independent? Is the judiciary independent?
Is JSC
independent? Is Parliament independent?
Well, when we see overreach and overlap into the executive's decisions bleeding into these institutions, it's difficult to say that they're independent.
They are independent, actually. They are independent.
In theory, yes.
No. Even in practice, they should be independent. If I decide that with independence that the Constitution affords me in a certain position, that I am going to become an extension of the executive, that has nothing to do with the independence of the institution. That is me. That one, it's not the institution, it is me. And if I had that institution, I am the problem. There are those who will argue, but they're appointed by the president. So we appoint these people by electing them.
But again, the institution doesn't operate in a vacuum. It's the people in the institution that represent the institution and how it implements its duties. So with the ODPC, for example, if it not only does not have enough funding, but it's operating under a government agency, there are so many times that we have filed complaints at the ODPC over data protection violations that the government has committed, you will not get any kind of response.
Let me ask the simple question. When you talk about the funding and the absence of it or the inadequacy of it, we have a budget-making parliament, don't we?
Yes.
Which means they can allocate, can't they? Legislation is with parliament, is it not? Again, yes. You see, then someone will say, but you see, parliament has been captured. Has it now? When you have a bunch of these individuals whom we elected, who've decided to sell, auction, the very delegation of powers that we gave them, I am not going to blame the executive. I am going to blame them. Because it is them who have decided. Within that parliament, there are people who haven't done so. They've decided they will take a stand. One never gets to hear about it, but they exist. And they're not that few. What am I trying to say? The discussion we're having is pertinent because sometimes we make blanket statements and apportion blanket blame when we need to perhaps be a little granular in looking at what really happens where and who is it, if we are going to apportion blame, should we apportion blames for. Every new government that comes in always tries to tinker with the freedom of the press. They all do. There'll be some overzealous person who's been given the job who thinks that this is now their turn to show that these nonsensical people in the media who forever think that they are some fourth or fifth estate, they must be put in line. The Kenyan media, its robustness, didn't come about easy, but they push back. They push. And if there's one time the media will gang up, is when their freedoms are clearly being interfered with, or they gang up. They gang up. It's happened over and over. So even the person who was pushing it sort of like backs down and realizes, it's perhaps in my interest to find a way of working with these people. What am I saying? The freedoms that the Constitution gives us will not automatically be realized. Once it is documented, the fight then begins. That's the point I'm making. Because we had a way and a culture, remember I started with culture of doing things, and this new constitution runs interference. It interferes with the way people would prefer and like to do things, because it is accepted in this country that political leadership should not be accountable to the citizenry who elected them. That is how it is, they believe, that you have no right to question. How dare you question a Mheshimiwa?
How dare you?
Yes, how dare you, a simple human being who has never been elected? It's a contradiction of terms. We elect you, and then you're asking, you're there and asking us how we dare, and we're the ones who gave you the job. Yes. So freedom is something you fight for continuously. It's not you fight once and then you sit back. No, it's always a continuous fight. You'll find that those who are now abrogating the law, when they are no longer in power, they'll be the most ardent supporters of this constitution. They no longer have the power. The power, when accompanied by impunity, serves them well. Because our political leaders also be given to being thieves. So the opportunity to plunder doesn't need anyone who's going to provide a check and balance for you. It disturbs you, it bothers you. Because again, our religious, our politicians also tend to be religious people.
Jamie, let me ask you something. You're aware of this case of this lady a few days ago who was exposed indecently by this gentleman who took videos of her. In such a case, and of course I'm sure you saw the drama online, people were blaming both, saying, oh, this man was on the wrong for taking the video and posting it, but also this lady was behaving in a way that invited that kind of behavior.
That statement is wrong.
So number one, what are the options? What options does she have as far as claiming her dignity back on the basis of data protection?
Well, in the Computer Misuse Act, non-consensual intimate imagery, which is what people used to call revenge porn, but we call it non-consensual intimate imagery, is actually illegal. So those are criminal charges that can be filed against that person for that, because it is a violation of privacy.
Yeah.
And I know.
But she was also in a public place when these photos were taken or videos were taken. At one point, she seemed to enjoy it because she allowed it and even turned her body and allowed more action on it. Someone would argue, but she knew she was in public. It wasn't necessarily an intimate moment. She also at one point was perhaps even doing something similar to this gentleman. So again, morally, does she have the ground to argue that?
Yes, she does.
She does, because if they were shared without her consent, then she does have the grounds. Because like, if I post videos of myself online,
yes,
I've posted them myself. But if somebody else takes a video of me and then they post it online without my consent, I haven't consented to them sharing that information.
Even if you did it in the middle of Koinange Street, for example?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'm asking because I remember I was having a conversation with someone and that came up, but she was at a club, bar or restaurant, whatever it was. So she wasn't alone with that particular gentleman. There were other people who were not even part of their delegation.
Yeah.
So she did it na alikuwa anajua kwa hiyo public place. So that was
but that's the issue that we have. Well, that isn't like necessarily mass surveillance. What we call mass surveillance is like now the public integrated system that Safaricom has in the CBD, for example, with the CCTV cameras and stuff like that. But like with issues of protecting people's privacy and data in public places, like the issue that the argument that we have against public surveillance is when you're in a public place, like if I'm in the CBD, just because I'm in the CBD doesn't mean that I'm consenting to be filmed just because I'm there.
Now that's a good angle. Yeah, that's
right.
That makes sense.
But it also, you see, there's a culture of victim blaming.
Yes.
And one sees this often in rape cases. And you're wondering, why, when somebody has been violated, do you then bring the discussion of what was she wearing? What do you mean, what was she wearing?
What was she doing there? At that time of the
she
night.
has every right to be where she was at the time she was. So that's not the issue. That's not what we're discussing. We're discussing what happened to her thereafter.
Yeah.
Were her rights violated? And indeed they were.
Period.
Yes.
Okay. Uganda. They I almost felt like Jeff Konaga. Uganda. Uganda recently did that thing during the election where they decided no access to the internet until further notice.
Yeah.
Is that a violation of people's rights?
It is. It's a violation of freedom of expression and also access to information, which is why we've been running the Keep It On campaign, which is a campaign that advocates, it documents internet shutdowns, but it also advocates against internet shutdowns. So we release a report every year that documents internet shutdowns globally. So Uganda has been an offender for many years. They've been shutting down the internet since I think about 2016. Yeah, and they actually had one of the longest internet shutdowns that we've documented because they blocked Facebook during the elections previously, and I think Facebook is still shut down now.
In Uganda?
Yes.
What?
Those are serious people.
Yeah, so they've shut it down for very, very many years. But previously what they would do is they'd only maybe block access to the social media platforms. But then now this time into social media, roaming services, even mobile money is not available.
New SIM registrations.
Yeah, even Starlink is not available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And anyway, your country is interesting, eh?
Believe me, they find us interesting.
It's an interesting country, eh?
Yeah. Oh, they find us very interesting indeed.
Even them, they find us interesting.
Very interesting. What sort of people are these?
Sebo, you guys have internet during elections. What country is this? You guys are not serious about rigging. Anyway, as we come to the tail end of this conversation, something else would like to look at. There's a question here, how can one protect their network from total shutdown? Is there something, if say today here in Kenya, our government decided, you know what, in the upcoming elections, because we've seen that happening even in Tanzania.
Yeah.
We have seen it happening in Uganda. And I'm afraid that, it might happen to us in Kenya.
Yeah.
that would be a problem, wouldn't it?
Oh, but we've had it happen.
Yes, we did have
But not at the scale of Uganda. You know, Uganda did it like 2 days before the election and several days after.
The Ugandans have a mature way of doing it. There's an absoluteness to the manner in which they go about their business. We're a bit half-hearted. Yes.
Tunashtukianga tu katikati ya maandamano tu shoo. You can't send a WhatsApp.
Yeah, you know, and then Safaricom comes and says, "Oh, it was just a network disruption."
And you're like,
Which was like now in our report last year, Kenya joined the list of offenders, which was really bad because we used to use Kenya as a very good example of internet freedom, especially during elections. Like in the elections in 2022 when we had, so the Keep It On campaign also has an election watch campaign because we've seen that elections are usually one of the main triggers of internet shutdowns, especially in Africa, although in 2024 the main trigger was protests.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have an election watch campaign where like we engage with the telecommunication companies, but also the government before elections to try and advocate that they keep the internet on throughout during the election. So the election watch campaign was very successful in the previous elections, and we used Kenya as a really good example. Because if you remember, at the time the NCIC had even asked for Facebook to be blocked and the government refused, which was a good thing.
Yes.
Right? So we use it as a good example, but then now, unfortunately, we also ended up joining that list of offenders, which was really bad. And the problem that we usually have when we see countries like Uganda that have had a very long history of internet shutdowns is that it also teaches other states to do the same thing if they want to limit.
They benchmark.
Yeah, they benchmark on restricting freedom of expression, which is really bad. So we've also said that, you know, not only does it limit people's access to information during the elections, but even for election observation purposes, it's so difficult for the election observers to be able to monitor what's going on, to document, and even to be able to verify the legitimacy of the elections when you shut down the internet during the elections.
Yeah. KHRC has said that the elections in Uganda were AI. They generated, yes, they were generated by AI, and I was like, thank you so much, Jamie, for coming through and for having this conversation. Let's keep it on.
Yes.
In case of anything, we will let you know. You're to ambie which direction we shall take and in whose hands we are safe.
Yes.
All right. Coming up next, our next guest is the advisor on strategy and execution, Executive Office of the President, and she's also a former board member at the Kenya Power and Lighting Corporation. We are hosting Veska Kangogo in a few. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government is rapidly advancing the move of students from grade 9 to grade 10. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba says that 85% of eligible learners have now enrolled in senior secondary schools. Speaking on Citizen TV, Ogamba acknowledged that introducing the new system came with logistical and administrative challenges, but noted that education officers and school administrators have been working closely to bridge the remaining gaps.
What it means for us as the ministry is to sit down and make a determination. Should we still continue holding these schools as schools, or should we invest more in the schools that the students require so that they can have all the facilities? In other words, can we mop up or merge the schools so that the schools that are called schools have the facilities that they require? There would be no point to have a school with 10 children where you have a headmaster, you have a classroom, you have a watchman, you have a teacher.
President William Ruto has instructed Lands Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome and Principal Secretary Nixon Korir to finalize the title deed for Nairobi's Gikomba market within 90 days. The move aims to end disputes caused by unclear ownership that have been exploited by land grabbers. Speaking on Tuesday during a gathering with Gikomba market traders at State House, Nairobi, the president emphasized that this measure will resolve the long-standing uncertainty over the market's land.
Tuwe na documentation ya kudhibitisha ya kwamba Gikomba ni mali ya umma. Na sababu hiyo tumekubaliana na county government ya kwamba tutatengeneza title deed. Yeah? Na nimemwambia Nixon hapa PS wetu wa lands, wewe waziri wako National Land Commission, within 90 days tuwe na title deed.
Kiambu Governor Kimani Wamatangi says his life is in danger after he was allegedly followed by a known vehicle carrying 3 people. Speaking during a press conference on Tuesday, the governor said the incident has raised serious concerns about his safety, coming just days after most of his security officers were withdrawn. Governor Wamatangi is now calling for enhanced security, saying he fears that there are people with ill intentions against him.
The vehicle had 3 occupants who are very keenly following and also trying to appear like they are minding other business, but it is my movements that they were watching. If there is any issue that would require to be brought either to my attention by anyone, be it a friend, be it anyone of interest, they would come and speak to me.
Kenya's aviation sector faces potential chaos as workers under the Kenya Aviation Workers Union have set a 7-day deadline for the government and the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to address long-standing grievances. The union warns that failure to act will force a full suspension of operations at all airports across the country. Union leaders say their concerns stem from years of neglected salary adjustments and alleged unequal treatment of staff, with some employees waiting over 11 years for a pay review. French President Emmanuel Macron has criticized what he described as bullies while calling for the removal of US tariffs on European countries. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Macron reacted to a threat by US President Donald Trump to impose 200% tariffs on French wine. The threat followed tensions between the United States and France over opposition to US claims on Greenland. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Oldest Paris Saint-Germain missed the chance to all but mathematically secure their place in the Champions League knockout stages as they suffered a 2-1 defeat to Sporting in Lisbon. PSG enjoyed more than 70% possession and had 28 shots during a dominant showing, but fell behind to Luis Suarez's close-range finish with 16 minutes left to play. Substitute Kavicha Kvaratskhelia equalized 5 minutes later with a curling strike into the top corner, but the French side was stunned in the 90th minute when Colombian striker Suarez struck after PSG goalkeeper Lucas Chevalier spilled a long shot. Kylian Mbappe scored twice, with Jude Bellingham also on target as Real Madrid thrashed Monaco in Alvaro Arbeloa's first Champions League game in charge of the Spanish side. Arbeloa, who replaced Xabi Alonso on 12th of January after Real lost to Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup final, saw his side run out comfortable winners to boost their chances of reaching the last 16. The 15-time European champions only needed 5 minutes before they took the lead against Monaco, with the fixture ending 6-1 in favor of the Los Blancos. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8.5 minutes past 8 o'clock. And in studio we do have our guest. I'll be telling you what we're going to be talking about. But a big shout out to Benedict Magero amesema, just as CT pointed out, criminals are also human beings. They must be identified through surveillance and brought to justice. That is why victims appeal to the government for protection. Victor Obado amekuuliza CT, is the internet an equalizer? City, is the internet an equalizer?
It depends. What does he mean when he asks the question? In his mind and in his eyes, what is an equalizer?
I think the same way education is an equalizer, the access to information is an equalizer.
Education is meant to be an equalizer. It isn't always an equalizer. Sawa baba?
All right.
Yeah, it's meant to be.
The access to information makes us equal, because if I can know what you know...
Actually, again, it doesn't, because access to information isn't uniform and neither is it equitable.
However,
it is not something that everybody can claim they have easy access to.
However, if we were to have that access...
Yes.
Without easy stories zingine nyingi sana. If I was to have the same if I was to have the same access that you have, CT, to the internet, then that means that as far as knowledge is concerned, we might be at par.
If I take the view that you have and consider it to be aspirational, then indeed yes.
Yeah.
Because there's always a move to ensure that everybody has the same opportunities.
Right.
So yes.
I hope Victor umepata jibu lako as far as that is concerned. Right now though, let's get into a conversation. We do have Veska Kangogo with us in the studio. She is an advisor on strategy and execution, executive officer of the president. Good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year, Paul.
Yes.
NCT.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Two people look alike.
Really?
And I hear these days people see people on radio.
Yes, you're currently live. Do you want to see yourself?
I saw you on radio.
Sindio wewe.
So good morning to all Kenyans and welcome to RG.
Yes.
And we are here to have a conversation, a national conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this morning I asked, when did you last experience a national blackout? When is the last time you had intermittent power?
Yeah.
When is the last time it took 3-4 hours before you had your power connection back?
Yeah.
And we are here to address the real issues and find ways of improving efficiency in government services.
Right. The president, when he was it Dubai or Qatar, some months back, he said that the country is experiencing power rationing. I don't know what he meant by that, because I do not know of a single Kenyan who said that we have been having these frequent power cutoffs or intermittent power connections because of what the president... What did he mean?
I think it is a terminology issue.
Yeah.
Because if I can actually give you the process of having power or powering this radio station,
yes,
from generation to transmission to distribution and sustaining that distribution so that it's reliable, because there is some level of power and supply and demand that we experience on a daily basis. Like for example, when Kenyans get home at around 6 to 10 p.m. that is the peak time, and all of us either are putting on our TVs, we are charging our phones, we are taking showers, we are cooking, so the demand goes up. Then after a certain period of time, the demand goes down. Now, it depends on what we call installed capacity.
Yeah.
How much installed capacity do we have in Kenya? We have close to 3,800 megawatts of installed capacity. That means if we put on all the generators, and I need also you to be up to speed on the power mix in Kenya. This power that we are having here today is a product of, number one, geothermal. I know you have heard of Olkaria.
Yes.
You have heard of what we are doing now in Silale. We are trying to produce more geothermal power. Two is hydro.
Yes.
I know you have a hydro dam in your village.
There is actually.
Masinga.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And that largely depends on rain. So when there is so the base product of the power that we are having here, the first base or the first input is geothermal power. The second input is hydro. But you remember hydro depends also on the rain and the amount of rainfall that we experience over time. Then we still have thermal or wind power. And this is power that is generated using heavy oil, fossil oil. Diesel.
Yes.
And that is helps us in stabilizing the power because that you can control. When other power sources become destabilized, you can control thermal power because once you put the diesels on, it will permanently pump into the system. Solar power is a bit intermittent because remember, solar power in most cases where we don't have storage will only last close to 6 hours. The number of hours that we have real sun exposure. Yeah. So it is now the responsibility of the engineers at the control center to look at what we are getting from geothermal, what we are getting from hydro, what we are getting from how much supply of thermal should we input so that we stabilize the source of electricity throughout the day, depending on the demand. Now, I know there are instances when we have to do something called load shedding. Load shedding means you reduce the supply of power to a specific region and support others depending on the need. Like, for example, security installations, hospitals. You cannot say the security installations in Kenya can actually do without power. Hospitals. So if you are in a region where there is like in Nairobi, for example, if we have several feeders. We have one that is coming from Kimuka in Kajiado here. We have the one that is coming from Thika. So we can say that let us enhance the one coming from Thika and the one coming from Kimuka to ensure that Nairobi Hospital, Kenyatta Hospital, the security of the city is secured. So it might require that we reduce the power that will go to Kajiado and specific areas in Kajiado where the demand may not be high and the risk profile could be a bit low. So it becomes then a deliberate decision that let's reduce this power in this area. Hence, we might cause either low outage or voltage and increase the power to other areas. Two, if there is sudden drop in supply, you might need to switch off some stations because for you to continue maintaining your system, it's like your fridge or your speakers here. If there's a very low outage, you can actually destroy your equipment. It is the same to the power line. If you don't have a consistent capacity of power that is going through the power line, then it is important for us to switch it off so that you stabilize the line. Otherwise it can actually crash. And if it crashes, then we don't have power. So as the president actually said, in the past there was need to sometimes ration because of the balance. Now I'll tell you 2 interventions, for example, that the president has done in the last 2 years, for example, through serious investment. We have had the western part of Kenya. If you call people from Kisumu, from Kericho, Muhoroni, Busia, they used to have, I think, like daily blackouts. And because the power that they were relying on was from Olkaria, which had to travel close to 700 kilometers. Olkaria could be 200 kilometers to Migori. But power had to move all the way to a further substation. So for it to be stepped down and rerouted back. So what did the president do? He finished the investment at Oleso's Kabarnet transmission station. You recently saw in December, CT, we were in Kabarnet that line is complete. Now we are able to shorten the distance that power travels from Olkaria. We step it down in Olesos, tunarudisha watu wa Moroni, tunapelekea watu wa Busia, and they are now able to get. In Chemosit, there's a very big station at, that supplies Kericho. If you call Kericho now and you can open up your communication channels, people can call now and say, at least for the first time, we can actually get reliable and quality power.
Okay.
So those are the things that I would like us to discuss, that it requires deliberate investment. Manufacturing, for example, you know, when we last reviewed the power tariff, we encouraged manufacturers to introduce a 24-hour manufacturing cycle, or even encourage them to produce more at night. And we even gave that they can actually produce at half the rate per unit. Yes.
Okay.
If you produce at night in Kenya, you pay half.
Because the load is low.
Because the demand at that time is low. And actually we can just dedicate to that sector enough power for the night. If you produce between 10 o'clock and 3 a.m., you pay half the rate.
Okay. How many of these diesel engines do you have? Because it is my understanding, some of the diesel generators we have, not all of them are functioning. However, we are still paying for them in one way.
You're referring to the independent power producers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is my understanding that some of them are not necessarily in use.
Now,
however, we are still paying for them.
So my brother, you know me, I am a factual person. So I want you to tell me, we understand we have these PPAs.
Yes.
I'll explain to you what the independent power producers agreements that we have. That remember, over time we have something called the least cost power development plan for the country. Meaning, we project, like for example, the president has said, if we have to arrive in Singapore, and I don't know whether this studio is of Singapore standard.
I don't know. You tell us.
It looks like.
Don't worry, it's in the
looks like you are ahead of us.
It's in the high seas heading towards Singapore.
So we may be playing catch up.
Yes, indeed.
So the president said that if we need to incubate the level of development in Kenya that is going to take us to a world-class country, there may be need for us to plan for higher power demand. If today our installed capacity is 3,800 megawatts, I have seen in the Vision 2030 we were projecting at 5,000.
Yes.
That means we almost have a gap of like 1,200 megawatts. The least cost power development plan has given projects that are supposed to be completed, because developing a generation plant can take between 6 and 10 years. Actually, of either exploration, development, and now we have even said for solar, you cannot install a solar power plant without storage facility, because we will not only depend on when there's sunshine. We want to say, if you're coming on board, are you able to generate more than even what we can consume during the day? You store it so that it becomes backup when the demand goes up. So there are no new PPAs, for example, that may be signed in the coming future that may not have a storage component.
Okay.
Now, on HFO, you will realize that most of the power purchase agreements that were entered into before, because of the demand, you could find that an investor comes, says, I'm going to be bringing $1 billion US, for example, to invest in this facility.
Yeah.
Give me the assurance that once I generate, you will take. Because it is a heavy investment. So the model that was used at that time, which may not be the right decision for now, and that's why we have stopped, was pay or take. You get it?
Okay.
Pay or take. I will generate, my installed capacity is 500 megawatts. I will produce it. I will invest in it. Whether you take it or not, you pay me for my 500 megawatts.
Right.
And because there was low production or generation at that time, might be those were decisions that were viable at that point in time. But now that the government has invested heavily in generation by KenGen through the Olkarias, we are now at Olkaria 5 or 6, and the exploration by GDC on geothermal, like I understand in Silale, in Pokot, if we have security and we actually actualize the Paka project that is going on,
yes,
we might be onboarding more than 10,000 megawatts. So Kenya over time has also realized that it has inexhaustible source of geothermal power. But it is a heavy investment.
Okay.
So going forward, maybe we'll have to make decisions that we reduce on HFOs. We don't introduce more.
Yes.
I know there was one in Mombasa which was retired actually over time. But if you have one that you think it is still alive or it is dead and it is being paid for,
yes,
I would be very pleased to pick it up as an item of action by government.
We sat here with the deputy governor rather of Mandera and also an MP from Wajir South, I believe it was. And one of the issues we discussed was power.
Yes.
They were telling us that region of northeastern shida ni power. And it's a very good thing you've brought up that issue of there's power in, you said this power that is being taken from, you mentioned, was it Chemosut or
Chemosit?
Chemosit, yes. So he was asking if we're able to bring power all the way from Ethiopia and bring it into some of these parts that you've mentioned, yet Ethiopia is actually or they are closer to Ethiopia, yet some of their places do not have power. So you were asking.
I agree with you, Paul. Lakini sasa hapa ni science. I don't know whether in Kitui there is a huge transmission line. City, I don't know where you come from.
I come from Muhoroni.
You can, sasa you are amongst the victims of past historical injustices.
Yes.
So
well, one Dr. Joseph Siror explained these things at great length.
Yes.
On some like 3 occasions.
Yes.
And I understood it. And that is why you see I've sat and I'm listening, because I'm waiting to hear something I haven't heard before.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes.
And because we are one government, you might not hear anything that you have not heard before, unless you have a different question.
You see, I found it very interesting when he was telling us how power is rerouted.
Yes.
Man, that thing follows the longest route. I said, yes. What do you mean? It starts here. Why must it go there? Then it goes God knows where, and then it comes here. Why can't it just come directly?
City.
Yes.
Let me ask you. If there was no road between Maimayu, hapa juu ni Limuru,
yes,
Rimuru, Maimayu,
yes,
Naivasha.
Or unless you want to go through the Narok route.
Sasa kama hakuna barabara ya kupitia Narok, ama hakuna barabara ya kupitia Kericho, the only barabara ni ya Mombasa road. Sasa unatoka Nairobi, unaenda Nakuru, unaenda
Actually,
kama hakuna bara ya kupita katikati, itabidi uende mpaka Eldoret ndio ufike kwenu.
Actually, ile bypass ya Soko Mjinga utaenda Nyandarua.
Correct.
Yes. Then uzunguke.
Yes.
Yes. Labda utatokea usiati band forest. You know, I understood when it was explained. See, with every discipline, there's a logic
behind it.
That it functions, and that's the logic you need to internalize.
I think people didn't know
yes,
that carrying power is like carrying a road. Actually, the transmission line that you see is the highway.
Yes.
Now let me explain why the 400 kV line from Ethiopia cannot supply power in Wajir.
Okay.
You cannot connect a high voltage power line to a household.
It has to be stepped down.
It has to be stepped down more than 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And even when that power comes, there are some substations which cannot even be able to receive. It will explode. So you have to step it down close to 3 times or 4 times and have lines and feeders that divert that power.
Yes.
Ni kama sasa kukuwa na a truck, a wide load truck coming to your village. Now the size of the road, because I know where you come from.
Nearby scale.
You know, it almost damaged my car one day when I came. Kama barabara ni ya baiskeli, uwezi ukaleta 1,000 ton or 12,000 ton truck to come and use that road. It will destroy the fences, it will destroy buildings for it to be able to...
And even damage the road further.
And even damage the road further. And even destroy livelihoods on the road.
True.
So it is the same science. Power travels just the way any other infrastructure travels. It's like water. From Masinga Dam, utakuta wanatumia a big size of a pipe. Inakuja inareduciwa mpaka kwako inaingia na half inch.
Ndio nifungue kale katap kwa bafu.
So usiniambie juu tuko Masinga kwa nini maji haipiti haingii kwetu? Tana has to introduce infrastructure.
Right.
It has to have even a minor dam, hold it, reduce the output, the outflows,
yes,
until it reach. Otherwise, it will become a salga moment.
Okay.
Which moment? Which place was that where a dam burst? You remember there's a dam that burst?
Yes.
Naikabeba watu.
Naikabeba watu.
You know the thing about this discussion is that it's similar to very many other discussions where, in the absence of accurate and credible information regarding that particular discipline, people then concoct and make up
a narrative.
Yes, based on their understanding of it, and the understanding is limited. Unfortunately, this is where we come in and say those charged with communication within government are doing a terrible job, because it is their job to actually make sure that these things are explained, so that when somebody says this, you say, excuse me, let me just refer you to this, which was taken out on this particular day. Because we know of electricity because we consume it, we see it.
At the last mile.
Yes, but the details of how it gets to us,
absolutely,
to be honest, we really do not know.
Yeah, like I didn't know about this whole issue of, I know power is usually stepped down or stepped up, but the way you've explained it about it being a highway,
yes,
and now the other inroads get in, I have now understood.
And we have a barabara tofauti, so feeder roads. The power that comes, for example, from Thika, yeah, we have to introduce different feeders to make it shorter to reach. So all of us could be picking up power from Thika,
yes,
in Nairobi. But the person in Ruai, we have to find a way of having that power reach that person the same time it is reaching you by fast tracking the routes.
Yes.
You get it?
Right.
So we cannot also have one feeder for one substation. You will have several feeders.
Okay.
Like, for example, here, if power goes off, unakuta, it comes back within 1 minute. It could be a different feeder that has come in to step in to supply you power as they sort out that line and find out, because we have a serious command center where I can wish to take you one day in Dandora. Please go and see how power travels. Because sometimes, CT, I want to agree with you. My first employer was Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I worked with Paul Mongala's mother.
Yes.
Called Wanza Mbuvi.
Yes.
Alikuwa anafanya kipindi cha watoto. And I was a human resource officer.
Okay.
When I was first interviewed, I was asked about the vision and mandate of KBC. Nikasikia it is supposed to educate, inform, and entertain. But today when I come to RG, I want to ask, do we still do the basic job of the role of media? That number one, we inform. And for you to inform, you must be well read, well informed. Because if you pick up newspaper headlines and use that as information, then I think you're not doing us justice. If you pick up personal opinion from Facebook, from Twitter, like I saw someone saying, you guys, Kenya imekwisha. Mumesikia the president amekula dividends ya 10 years ya Safaricom. My friend, that is a person any youngest economist should ask. If not CT, any economist should ask you, how do you project? Me, I'm a member of Azina Sako.
Yes.
I'm supposed to get my dividends in April. How do I pick dividends for next year when I don't know how my shares will perform this year?
True.
If you follow such a person and make a conclusion, then we are doomed.
Yeah.
Because we listen to unverified, uneducated, and researched information, and we use it. I wish we can raise the bar. And someone was asking me, what is Singapore? I said, Singapore is the new standard. Singapore is the new standard on our values, on our education, on our technology, on information. So you should be able at RG to say, where is your source of information?
Actually, yesterday we were with the Kerry chairman, Honorable Derito Murithi, and he said Singapore is an ideology, and I agree with him. Yeah, it's not the physical place.
Yes.
You've mentioned Dandora, and I was thinking Dandora has so much waste, and there are countries that are converting their waste into energy. Why are we
Singapore being one such country?
Yes.
Singapore being one of them. Why is it that we are unable to convert all this waste we have around the country into energy?
And I said today I'm here and I'm ready to demystify Singapore all the way. First of all, what is the population of Singapore?
6 million.
6 million. What is the population of Nairobi? Nairobi alone is 8 million. I was the minister for finance here. And every time I used to get pressure of increasing staff in the traffic department because mchana we are 8 million.
Yes.
Usiku we are 4 million. It means Nairobi city gets the pressure of more than 4 million people who come to access government services. Or people who live in Kajiado and come to Nairobi.
Kiambu.
How do you compensate Nairobi County to be able to manage the inflows from other
counties?
Yes.
They're putting pressure on water. They're putting pressure on roads. They're putting pressure on sewer system. Yet, they're not getting additional revenue, for example, to take care of that gap. But let me take you to Dandora. So we've agreed, first of all, you can't... the Singapore narrative is a standard that we want to go to. But we have our own situation at home. We are dealing with 55 million people. Different ethnic tribes, different cultural orientation. Kila mtu amekuja na mimi, where I come from, this is my culture. Where I come from, women are not supposed to speak. Where I come from, we don't educate our girls. Where I come from, so their standard of even education, their orientation of education and exposure is different. We are doing a digital superhighway. I don't know whether you are aware. I have information here. I can give it to you.
All right.
The digital superhighway, for example, that we have done, we have developed a trunk. Kenya Power, for example, as trunk lines, trunk ducts. We call it black ducts.
Okay.
Ni kama pipe ya black ile tunaweka kwa mtaro. Na tumeambia kila mtu hapa ndani tumekuwekea fiber optic. Wewe ukitaka network una plug in, tunakusaidia kusafirisha mpaka mahali unataka.
All right. This is through Kenya Power.
Yes, but funded by the Universal Service Fund, which is part of what we collect from your airtime that you spend this morning.
Okay.
When we have the excise duty from your airtime, it goes to CA, Communication Authority, as excise duty, which is set aside as a universal service fund to help people who have not accessed internet or have not accessed network. I come from a very, my grandparents came from a very remote place in Baringo. They have gotten a Safaricom network for the first time in November 2025.
Last year.
3
months ago.
And you expect those children in that region to compete with your children in the city. Number one, they don't have internet. They don't have network. When they are sick, they pray for their sick people because in fact, I asked one of them, how are you dealing with emergency? And they told me that we have never experienced emergency in this area. Even God knows that we are not able to handle emergencies. So, mtu akiwa mgonjwa, tunamwekelea mkono, tunampatia matawi ya msituni, mpaka afike hospitali. And it is true. They were able to survive. Today, young people in that part of the region are now able to access phone. You can ask Honorable Makelap, the MP for Baringo North. He will tell you when he went to switch on the network for the first time, using money that Mongala and CT contributed through the airtime. Na munasema airtime in Kenya is very expensive. No, we must charge you excise so that we have investment in regions that have never accessed network.
Yes.
Now, those children now can be able to access internet. They can be able to access power. Power imefika, hakuna internet. Sasa internet imefika through Safaricom. Sini kweli? That means when we advertise for jobs in KRA,
yes,
they are able to
access,
see.
Yes.
So that brings them now to the level where they can experience government services and equity in access to information. I want you to ask me questions on the digital superhighway. CT can be Googling or you Google, because I must explain why the president prioritized. And because I don't want you to forget.
Right.
Why I'm having this discussion today is because we have our economic building pillars that came from Vision 2030. And CT, because I can see you're almost my age mate, you know that when we started... Why is he laughing?
Because you look way younger than he is.
Does he look older?
I'm saying you look younger. I don't want to comment on him.
No, look, looks ni effort. Looks ni effort.
Ni effort. Sawa. Twende kazi.
So, City, you agree that Mwai Kibaki established an economic route for Kenya post-independence. Tulianza na vitu ilikuwa inaitwa medium term development plan, sessional papers, and other tools of planning that were used over time. When Kibaki came, he said, we cannot continue driving a country without having a clear objective and targets of where we want to go. So he gave us 3 pillars of Vision 2030. One was on the economic pillar, and he asked if we can actually become an independent country that can be able to generate money for itself and run its business. That is why he brought the slogan of lipa ushuru
ujitegemee,
tujitegemee. Lakini sisi sahi tukiambiwa tulipe ushuru tunaitana nani?
Ni venye watu wako na complaints about.
Sema vile tulikuwa tunasema.
Tulikuwa tunasema aje?
President alisema tulipe ushuru, mkamuita nani? Zakayo. Akaleta Mbadi, akasema Mbadi kuja tusaidiane tukue Zakayo wengi. We should be asking ourselves, the countries that have been able to develop, did they depend on borrowing, or they actually took their hands to be in charge of generating enough income for their own country so that they can develop? If you want to do a road, must you continue going to beg the international community to come and develop for you the roads? Look at what we are doing today at the Rironi Mau Summit Road. Look at the proposal on the infrastructure fund.
Right.
We are saying, why don't we take the money that we save for our retirement? Because we are not going to retire tomorrow. If you have joined the employment today, you have 30 years to work. Why don't we invest, give you a return? By the time you are retiring, you have a return on your investment. Kama ulisave 1,100, imekuletea 30,000, at least you have 130,000 na tayari tumetengeneza barabara. We have the social pillar. We said we want a unified country, we want a socially responsive country, we want active citizens, we want dignity for our people. Then the last one, part of the social pillar was to make sure that we have people that can be a proud participants of the or beneficiaries of what our country gives. Part of it, for example, is to take care of their health. Part of it is to take care of their food. And that is why when the president came, because I'll come to the big 4, you remember after the Vision 2030, we had the economic, social pillar and the political pillar. Even the democracy, that today our young youth can engage, was one of the key pillars that we said, if we don't have active participation of citizens, the country cannot develop. Now you came to big 4, led by our good president Uhuru Kenyatta. Akasema yeye anataka kufanya manufacturing. So nitawauliza kazi yenye tulifanya hiyo time, food security. You remember he subsidized food. Whenever we didn't have food na tulikuwa tunapiga kelele, alikuwa anapatia pesa Mila anapunguza bei ya unga. Alafu sisi tunalipa kwa ushuru. Something small for the miller. But when the president William Ruto came on board, he said we will not continue subsidizing consumption. Let us subsidize production. We increase the amount of food that we produce at an affordable rate. Then we will have a higher supply and
lower prices.
Because then the prices will come down. That is why today ukikuja kwangu and he even asked us, can everyone start by feeding themselves? CT, when you come here, don't make noise to us about ugali, because I know maize can grow in every village. Let us farm 1 acre for our consumption. That is 2,500 times 2. That is 5,000 for fertilizer. Take 10 kgs of seeds, quality seeds from Kenya Seed. Produce food, first of all, for yourself, that your children can have food. that your family can have food. Then if you have surplus, sell. He even went further and said, diversify. Must you plant 10 acres of maize? Why don't, in Moroni, I know it is possible to, you are doing sugarcane, but also it's possible for you to do coffee.
It is.
It is possible.
In fact, coffee was grown in that area, mostly in Fort Tannen. Even if you go to the town we call Fort Tannen, you will find that there are coffee mills, not used now, but you know, the footprints are still there. That is true.
Correct. And we need to revive. Like, for example, if you've been following me on my Facebook page, personally, I have led in my region. I come from Tarbo constituency. I planted coffee during COVID time. And for the first time, I'm operating a dollar account. If someone wanted to audit me, they can audit my life and actually see that I have been earning for the last 3 years very serious prices out of coffee. This year, I have expanded and I've even introduced coffee nurseries in my ward. And last year, I gave to farmers. I said every family can set aside 1/10 of their land. We start from that point moja with 100 seedlings, which is like 4,000 shillings, because one seedling is 40 shillings, for example. Why don't I give these people these seedlings, and in the next 5 years, maybe watakuwa na half an acre. In 1 acre of a maize plantation, you can only get close to 20 bags of maize. Times how much? Assume even you sell everything.
Yeah.
Times 4,000. You need 80,000. 1 acre of coffee has an average of 900 plants. Presume ata upate 5 kg per plant. And City, I hope you are already thinking about doing you can do a quick math. If you have 900 seedlings, plants, times 10 kg, that is 9,000 kilos. Presume that you umefanya vibaya, do even 50%, 4,500.
Right.
At the current rate of almost 800 or 900 shillings. Why are we sticking to the traditional agricultural practices? So that is the kind of transformation unasikia tunaenda Singapore, but someone needs to come and break it down to practical solutions. And I'm expecting that as you go forward, call the PS agriculture. Mimi kazi yangu ni kuhakikisha chenye rais amesema inafanywa. That is strategy execution.
You know, one of the things that perhaps bedevils us, a new idea is often very difficult, not just to understand, but to accept.
Absolutely.
It will be met with resistance. The policies that we had at independence, the first cabinet, the first government that we had, with their sessional papers, the commissions that then followed to try and chart a pathway.
Correct.
They were very useful, but that information, unless you are an academic, it is not something that you would hear it mentioned, but you didn't know the details of what it meant.
Correct.
It would be referred to from time to time. With successive governments, the attempts that you're saying are true and they have been made. Now, what we don't say, and we don't say honestly, in my opinion, is this. The new constitution gave us a provision that makes it possible for what you're saying to actually be a reality for everybody. It's called public participation.
Correct.
The process of letting people know so that they understand. There are 290 people we elect every 5 years to represent us. There's another lot, I think 1,050 whom we elect at home. These are people who, because they are our representatives, ought to be the ones who actually introduce ideas to us. When they go home, instead of the politicking of whom they don't want and whom they want, this is the path that I would want us to follow, and this is what is available. In the absence of that, the narrative that then holds sway is that negative narrative that the government does nothing. I have heard people say it here, and we've asked, explain this nothing to me so that I understand it. Because in my mind, it is not possible for the government not to do nothing, because we have light, we have road. There are things that are happening.
Affordable housing is coming up.
You see, That story has died.
Mm-hmm.
The negative narrative about it has died because it is in your face. You can see it. There are huge structures. You can see them. There's no pretending you can't see them.
Talanta. Just walk across at 5 p.m. Na uangalia vile shift inabadilika of 2,000 people crossing the road leaving and 2,000 coming in.
But you see, this is the point I'm making.
Mm-hmm.
The communication so that people can actually understand what is happening. Before the newspaper report of the railway line that Okiya Omtata has stopped in court, the case he has brought there,
Mm-hmm.
even I, who works in the media, did not know about it.
And I agree with you, CT. Now, let me tell you. The first 2 years of our performance in government, there was so much noise. And it reached a point where the president had to call the executive and the people implementing programs to order. It's like when you are in your house and you want to introduce a topic that one does not believe you. Wewe ni mzee wa kusema sema tu na tujui kama hata you are serious about it. Na hii story tulisikia tangu zamani and it has never happened. So what did the president decide? He decided hands on deck. Let the noisemakers continue. I will speak about it. Let every person speak about it. Even if they shout you down, speak about it, but continue working. And he was very clear. I remember in one of the meetings, he said, please stop responding to the negative noise. Continue working. Very soon, they will see the roads. Very soon, they will see the houses coming up. Very soon, they will see the power stabilized. Very soon, they will see their children transition in CBC to grade 9. Do you remember CT, for example?
Yes.
Now that I'm moving to every other aspect of our government. Do you remember when we went for December holidays last year, the other year, 2024?
Okay.
When we were transitioning the first class to grade 9, people asked, we have 8 classes. Mumeleta grade 9. Watasomea wapi? The president gave directives because he had already budgeted for. And he said immediately the schools close in November.
Yes.
And he instructed the school of TVET to develop standard design of a classroom. And he even did the BQs himself. Because he's hands-on president. He brought the school of TVET. He brought the public works engineers. He brought the quantity surveyors and asked them, can you give me the standard cost of constructing one classroom? And it came to 1 million shillings. I came to your village.
Yes.
You saw me go to supervise that, to look at the classroom.
Right.
Where you come from, CT, there was always a 9th class that was introduced to all the schools in Kenya. When we opened school in January 2025, grade 9 transitioned 100%. There was no single child who sat under a tree. Yet, I still see people say that, why are you telling us about Singapore when there are children who are still sitting under trees? I agree. If there's a region where we have not reached and there are no classrooms,
yes,
munipatie pin ya hiyo location. Personally, I will pick it as an area of immediate action by government, and we will ask CS Ogamba, where is the allocation of this school to be brought to the standard of all the CBC classrooms that are going on today? How do we transition these children from the lower primary school to junior secondary and transition them? Juzi tukifanya pathways ya
grade 10.
You know now it's called CBET, competence based education and training. I know you are surprised.
Niliacha ikiwa CBE. Hapo
Yes. Kwa T ndio tunapeleka sababu ya technical.
Okay.
Training.
Okay.
So ni CBE, competence based education and training.
Okay.
I like what someone posted recently and said in one of the Western countries, they are actually thinking technology is a disruption to our mental capacity.
It is. There are countries that have actually passed laws to prohibit young children of a certain age.
That's Japan.
Australia
Correct.
as well.
Correct. Lakini sahi wacha president I introduce aseme he wants to ban the use of technology in our homes before you attain a certain age. Mtoto wa Gen Z atasema nini?
Wataandamana.
Gen Alpha watasema nini? That's why if you asked me when I was in primary school, 9 times 6?
54.
6 times 6?
36.
But kuna watoto sahi at a certain level, they cannot do that.
It's not just that. Haven't you come across people you work with?
Yes.
You ask them something, they immediately take their phone and say, come on, for heaven's sake, you can work that out in your head.
Did I hear people say we are backward when we are not using AI?
You see, there's an understanding here that is purely political about what government does and what government doesn't do. It actually has very little bearing on the truth or reality.
Correct.
Now, that, unfortunately, is one of the negative things about our politics. That you will deny even that which you can see, and you will claim it doesn't exist, and it's before your very eyes, and you can see it. The discussions we had here at the very beginning when Shah was introduced, I was working in a different radio station. And one of the questions I would ask when it was the noise, everything that was being said, and I asked, when you say it isn't working, what do you mean? Tom says it's not working. So, and I asked the next question, all right, have you used it? You haven't registered. So how do you know it is not working? Okay.
City, you are absolutely right. If you go through my pages, remember I was amongst one of the key people helping to roll out SHA. I used to post it. I used to go to radio stations. I used to go to TV.
Again, you came to my village.
I even came to your village to educate your people on enrollment to SHA. And wacha tuambiane ukweli. I told people, me, I will not have an argument with you before you are in hospital. Before your wife arrives in hospital. Before your mother is in hospital. I will not have an argument with you. But today, I'm sure there are millions of Kenyans who have either directly experienced SHA, either through their relatives or themselves being sick or their neighbors. Today, I can ask you, how many of you are being called to fundraisings? City?
For health?
For health?
No, most of my relatives have SHA.
Correct.
And the ones who've been hospitalized have received the services that SHA offers. So, and I say it because I say it. So when someone tells me not working, I am forced
What exactly?
I actually can't agree with you because I've seen it work.
Yes.
Yes. And the bill was paid in totality. So it's not, I can't even, so when you say it doesn't work, that's why I ask, what do you mean? We had the good fortune of having the doctors who at the very beginning were chairman of that authority who would come in to explain. And that's when I knew the components of SHA.
Correct.
So you would ask again, SHA is the authority. So which service are you referring to?
Correct.
When you went to hospital, what service did you seek? Okay? There is a problem that we have as Kenyans with our practice of politics. If you choose to oppose a certain politician, then you will oppose everything they do. And it doesn't matter how beneficial it is, it will always be bad. And every other decision that they make will also be bad. Now, the unfortunate thing is, when you've been fed on a diet of negativity for very long, that becomes your mean.
Correct.
That is how you look at everything. Now, even when the changes come about, you're still negative. But now, this is when I blame people who are charged with communication in government. Every ministry has them. Some of these things are not difficult to explain. You never hear them explain. You hear the official who heads it coming to explain. You're thinking, and ask, don't you have communication people in your department?
Now, let me ask you, CT.
Yes.
I am going to give you an example of the transition of public officers to SHA. For a very long time, the government has been using the private sector to offer medical covers for public officers. So you are developing a policy. You want a policy to work for the public, and you want a different policy to work for you. Where is equity? And you could hear actually citizens ask us, why are you not raising the level of service delivery in public hospitals or raise the standard of performance of private hospitals in such a way that as a common Kenyan, I can actually go to a privately owned or a religious-based hospital and get the quality of treatment at a lower cost or an equitable cost to what would be in a public hospital. When we introduced tariffs, tukasema a cesarean section, we know how many knives will be used, how many threads
for the stitching.
We know how many doctors will be on operation. We know how many nurses will be supporting. We know how many anesthetists will be there. We know the amount of anesthesia which will be administered for a standard cesarean section. And we costed it. We brought medical economists, akina Dr. Mwai, akina Dr. Duranira. We went and even asked private sector players, please come and tell us what is the average cost of conducting a CS section. You remember the president used to sit down when renovating a state house. He had to construct a pavilion, and he actually works outside. And he brings in technical people. They sit down and ask critical questions of designing government services. When we introduced the standard CT, didn't you see private practitioners saying, we are not going to be accredited to SHA? If you come to my hospital, I will charge you 350,000 for a cesarean section. Yet 60,000 shillings, 70,000, 80,000 shillings is sufficient. So must government pay you 350,000 to conduct a standard cesarean section, or we should introduce a standard cost, na ukikubali kila mtu atakuja kwa hospitali yako, you can operate as many as you want depending on the number of beds that you have. When we introduced it, you saw people resist SHA.
It was resisted. But today,
number two, we said we cannot pay you without proper documentation. We used to have mungas and mongalas, paulos giving birth. Men giving birth.
Imagine.
Ama mtu amekatwa mguu mara 3. There were institutions, and I can tell you, there were people who were operating patients with a turnaround time of 1 minute. Because uko na one theater, lakini kwa siku una operate watu 50.
There are institutions that conducted operations and did not have operating theaters.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's why, yes.
Yeah, we want to take a short break for the news, but when we return, of course, we get deeper into some of these conversations. SHA, hiyo mambo ya education pia lazima tuguzie, especially grade 10 and what we've been witnessing.
How we've transitioned.
Yeah, in
now,
the
but
news.
also what I want you to do for me.
Yes.
Please speak to Kenyans. Tell them to ask us questions.
They will.
I want to ask. I want to answer.
They will ask.
I want to answer questions.
They know you're here, they will ask.
All right.
And we'll even read the questions for you.
Very good.
For those who've just joined us, in studio we have Veska Kangogo. She is the advisor on strategy and execution, executive office of the president. So if you have any question for her, why don't you let me know, and we shall definitely relay the same. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court on Tuesday temporarily stopped the Riruta-Ngong commuter meter gauge railway project, citing repeated non-compliance by respondents with court timelines. The ruling also prohibited the allocation or reuse of public funds for the project, pending further court directions issued at Milimani Law Courts on January 20th, 2026. The interim conservatory orders bar several respondents from continuing, implementing or financing the railway, whether directly or through agents, contractors or associated entities. Mombasa County officers have arrested 18 people for violating construction regulations as part of country's crackdown on illegal buildings. The arrests include contractors and builders. Mombasa Land CEC Mohammed Hussein has expressed concern over developers flouting building codes, saying the county will ensure the protection of the public.
Athari nyingi zimetokea kwa mijengo inayojengwa kiolela, wanajenga bila kwa zile approval ambazo tumetoa, wanajenga visivyo, na tutahakikisha usalama wa wananchi wa Mombasa ni muhimu kushinda mtu yoyote. Hatutajali wewe ni nani, ni tajiri, na kwa sasa ile operation tumeichukua mkondo mwingine. Hatutoshika hawa mafundi wa kawaida. Yule mwenyewe yule ndio nataka ile pale mahali tunapofinya pasikike vizuri sana. Bahari ni mahali ambako ni public wafaa wa enjoy. Hatutokubali mtu aweze kujenga ukuta azibe njia ambao wananchi wanaenda kujienjoy kwenye bahari.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has urged leaders across the country to unite in ensuring that all learners transition from junior to secondary school. Speaking on Tuesday during a burial ceremony in Marakwet East constituency, CS Murkomen emphasized the shared responsibility of community leaders in keeping children in school. Murkomen also addressed security and peace efforts in Kerio Valley, commending progress in the recovery of illegal firearms.
We want watu wa Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, Baringo, Turkana na sehemu yote waishi pamoja. And we don't want wakora warudi tena waende walete bunduki. Ndio ulisikia Mheshimiwa Osi hapa, Mheshimiwa Chebekoro hapa na hao wote wa kutoka West Pokot. I want to assure watu ya West Pokot, ile kazi tumefanya kwa hapa kuondoa bunduki, tutaondoa hizo bunduki zote kutoka West Pokot. Na hiyo kazi itaendelea na mtapata results mwaka huu. In mwezi chache iko mbele hapa, kuna bunduki kadhaa bado iko West Pokot, bado iko Turkana, bado iko upande ya Silale, pande huu ya Tiati constituency.
US President Donald Trump has doubled down on his threat to take control of Greenland, saying on social media that there is no going back and that Greenland is imperative. During a news conference at White House, Trump was asked how far he was willing to go to acquire Greenland and replied, "You will find out." Trump is due to arrive today in Davos, where he has said there is a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland.
Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible. And pay. At 2% they weren't paying. At 5% they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and of course in Garissa, it's 89.5. We are the home of hard truths and bold insights. Kuna salamu mheshimiwa zimekukujia hapa, acha ni kutajia watu wawili watatu.
Salamu ile ya jinsi ama ni salamu?
Hii ni salamu mzuri sana.
Oh, salamu, okay.
Hii ni salamu ile legitimate ile sawa sawa.
Okay.
Mweni says, Mbuvi, say hi to Madam Veska. Can't wait to listen to her. Always sharp. And then we have your friend Violet Mbuvi.
Hala.
Saying, good to see Honorable Veska on radio. CTN Mbuvi, your shows are very informative. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Then we have Walter Kibet. Amesema Singapore's power primarily comes from imported natural gas. Is Kenya pursuing that direction as we move to Singapore? Life with Tamara Blessing. Madam Veska knows her stuff and she's able to explain things in a very simple way. What City has been saying is lacking from this government. Amenichanua that whole communication issue.
Thank you.
Brolin Malik anasema bring back Dan Okwiri. Yes, Brolin, we have already spoken with Dan Okwiri and he will be coming either next week or next week, but one he has told us to check with him so that we can align that particular schedule. Gerald Sako amesema she didn't speak on the Dandora question, that issue of banning the trash. Tamara anauliza, can the MPs, judges also be compelled to use the services if government hospitals under SHA withdraw the private medical insurance, ama they pay from their own pockets? Mohammed Murunga, I'll repeat this in case you need them. Mohammed Murunga is saying, we need ladies like Veska in the public service. She's so knowledgeable, eloquent and confident. We need more of such questions, or rather such guests, on the show. All right. You also were, you said you are a CC in Sonko's government.
Kwanza acha nianze. Me am a product of county government.
Yes.
Kwanza mimi ni wale watu walianza kanjo. So after I left KBC.
Right.
Was it KBC?
I was in KBC, yes.
Kenya Broadcasting
Corporation.
There was VOK. I was just
am I that old?
Actually, let me tell you a very when I used to visit my mom at KBC.
Yes.
And nipate mami yako studio. Nilikuwa naenda kukaa kwa desk ya Mheshimiwa Veska. I sit there, ananipeleka canteen ya KBC hapo, ananinunulia chips na sausage hivi. So all this kitambi you're seeing, it's because of Mheshimiwa
chips or the sausage?
Both. Yes, but you left KBC and then?
Yes. Actually, Mungala, I was surprised to be invited to RG. Then I saw the poster. You're there.
Yes.
Then I'm like, and how comes Mungala has not called me? Then I realized there's a difference between my son and the employee.
No, here we follow protocol.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yes.
So, I left KBC. I was a human resource officer in KBC. Then I joined the Local Authorities Provident Fund, LAP Fund, as the head of human resource. That was si mbali sana, lakini 2004.
Okay.
So when I joined LAP Fund, my responsibility was to convert the scheme, which was a department in the Ministry of Local Government, to a parastatal, which we call today LAP Fund. I took that scheme when it was 600 million shillings as money that imewekwa tu kwa account.
600 million.
Yes. 600 million. And I went to develop structures for LAP Fund. I recruited the finance manager, who is currently the CEO, Mbogo. I recruited the current GM benefits called Veronica Lesea, and a great team. And we worked with those people. We went marketing Local Authorities Provident Fund. We found people who had been employees of county councils, municipal councils. Mtu amefanya kazi 20 years, ajai save for their retirement. In less than 6 years, by the time I left, LAP Fund was a 7 billion fund. Out of just information, education, and accountability, putting in place structures for fund managers who could independently invest the money of employees of local authorities. That is why today we have a serious reservoir of money for pension schemes, and we have a structured governance framework where hakuna ile declaration zamani mtu alikuwa anaamuka na kusema leteni hiyo pesa ya pension nunua kware mahali fulani. Right now, RB has given guidelines on where money will be invested. Some will go to treasury bills, some will go with to bonds, some of them will go to infrastructure. They have given us very structured ways of managing. Now, hiyo kazi ya kufanya local government ikanipatia nikasikia naweza kuwa governor. Because I realized now that we have devolution in place, we are now transitioning to 2010 constitution. I participated in the committee that was doing legislative framework for county government, operationalizing of county government. Sasa niko hapo nikaona kuna county public service board, kuna CECs, and I said, now that I am done with pension. See, I allow people to run the pension scheme. At least I've put up structures, it has grown to 7 billion. Nikaenda kurun for governor in Uasin Gishu County. Then I reached there, they said, hey, governor is a male domain. Hatujaiona wanawake wanataka kuwa wakubwa wa county. In fact, where I come from, people say, hiyo ofisi ni ya wanaume. But I'm grateful. I did my best. I was not able to become the governor. My classmate, Mandago, became the governor. Right. And I'm very happy that he did his part. Okay. And now he's the senator. And now we have Koti Moja. So when the government of Kidero advertised for the position of County Public Service Board, I am an HR expert. I was given the opportunity to become the vice chair of the County Public Service Board. So transitioning staff from the city council all the way to become county government employees, putting schemes of service, appreciating. Ulikuwa unakuta mtu ni engineer lakini ako job group H. Bringing them to upgrade them to a level where they can competently perform like engineers in Kura, Kera, was not a mean task. And so I was there between 2013 to 2017.
Okay.
Then came Governor Sonko. Na alikuwa anatafuta waziri. Mimi nikauliza, I am here, I can actually be of good service.
Right.
Out of my training in university, I'm a certified public secretary.
Right.
I've done accounting, I've done a bit of law. I was given the chance to become the first, the CC for finance. Na kutoka hapo muliniona finance, nikaenda health. Mimi ndio niliconvert Mbagathi hapa ikuwe the COVID center. Do you remember? When COVID came,
yes,
there was no place to take COVID patients. And Uhuru called us to State House and asked, which facility can we use to easily upgrade to put ICU beds? Because that time there was no single ICU bed in Nairobi County.
What do you mean?
Not even one.
The reference is to public hospitals, not
Correct.
private. Yes.
Correct.
Private hospitals had ICUs. A national hospital like Kenyatta had an ICU, but you talk about space.
Limited
where
space.
You could take patients.
Remember the kind of patients that we were having and the kind of emergencies that were rising.
Critical care
that was required. We didn't have a single ICU bed. I established, I converted what used to be, what was supposed to become a maternity wing of Mbagathi. Overnight, tukaenda kupaka rangi, tukaandika Kenyatta National Hospital COVID Response Center.
Actually,
and we put 14 ICU beds.
Actually, give more details, because what was done was actually within a very short space of time. But you were actually able to meet the demands.
Yes.
You were able to keep up, meaning whatever was put up didn't exist before. But it was then put up to meet that particular demand. Now, to understand what then did happen, remember Nairobi Hospital?
Correct.
Directly opposite Nairobi Hospital, there's like a hospital there. Now, but that now was put up by World Bank and the UN, okay, for the same reason. But Mbagathi stood out, because one moment there was some space, then all of a sudden there was a structure that came up. That was it. Yes.
I'm telling you, we worked within a crazy turnaround time. There was a building that was supposed to be a maternity wing, which at one point had been condemned.
Yes.
You remember there was a case of condemning.
Yes.
And I had to go to Public Works and I asked them, you have structural engineers. Can you come and ascertain if this building can actually be utilized for the purpose of saving lives? And they came. And they said, this can be quickly refurbished, reinforced, and within 10 days.
Yes.
Actually, we had a functional COVID response center with 14 ICU beds.
Okay.
Go to Mama Lucy. There was a building in Mama Lucy that had been left there for over 10 years without being completed, simply because the contractor had not been paying close to 300 million shillings. I asked, why are we having people sharing beds in Mama Lucy when we can actually pay this contractor the 300 million shillings and she completes? Actually, she was a widow and she can complete the building. Go today to Mama Lucy. Actually, I was telling Sakaja it should be named after me.
Well, actually, yes, it should be.
I
Why
changed
not?
it. It is a 72 bed, and I even gave a provision for ICU beds. Actually, I think I should have vied for governor was in Nairobi
In
County.
Nairobi County.
What was I doing in Wasingishu?
Actually,
Next year for the elections.
ask yourself a simple question. Would being governor have brought about the changes that you want? You know, sometimes certain political positions inhibit your ability to even do things, because now you become a fully fledged politician.
Sure.
And when you become a fully fledged politician in this country, you'll be juggling so many things that the very process of bringing the changes that you want will be interfered with.
I agree with you, City. Actually, when the president gave me an opportunity to become an advisor, I actually saw this is where I can actually become an impactful public officer. Because I can see Kenya is not short of plans. Kenya is not short of strategies, but there lacks people who can actually ensure that the job is done. Like I work under the Office of the Public Service, Head of Public Service, Felix Kosgei, for implementation. I work with Adan Mohammed in Strategy Execution Office. So when we attend meetings and the president gives priorities and directives and says, this is what I want done, it is now us who convert those directives into specific plans and action and budgets to the sectors. Kama ni walimu, for example, amesema Ministry of Education to employ 100,000 teachers. The first 76,000 were employed. The next 24,000 have reported to class this January. So we have hit our target of how many people? How many teachers? 100,000 teachers within 3 years.
Does that include the 24,000? Those 24, the 24,000 interns?
Yes, some were interns, and we have new ones that have come.
Okay.
You would be shocked in your village. You would find someone who graduated, even the P1 teachers. City, you would find someone who graduated in 2012, 2014. People who have stayed with their P1 certificates for the last 15 years without being employed. Today, the president has given priority. And he has said, start with the people who graduated earlier. And make sure we pick all these people and employ them and put them in government institutions so that they can support the current demand for education. We may need to upskill them because remember, mtu mwenye alisoma P1 na sahi anapewa CBC kidogo atapata challenge because the methodology of teaching inaitwa
pedagogy
ngumu sana for challenge
pedagogy
tutasikia pedagogy. So for us, we need to invest now on upgrading those teachers, building their capacity and skills to be able to impart functionable knowledge and skills for our people. Now, I want to go to Dandora.
Before we go to Dandora,
Okay.
and we drift too far away from this issue of public hospitals, we have a single Brian asking, Kenyans constantly hear plans of health and education, yet public hospitals lack staff and schools remain overstretched. From a strategy and execution standpoint, what has been fixed, not planned, and how do you measure success beyond budget allocations?
Perfect. Asante sana. What is the name of that Kenyan?
Brian.
Brian. Thank you very much, Brian. Now, the role of a leader, for this matter, the president, is to actually decipher through the challenges that a country has and offer solutions. CBC was started in 2017. Yeah? And there was a desire that we need to review our curriculum to be more suitable. We need to bring up graduates who can actually apply their skills practically. We need to introduce transitional institutions like, for example, TVETs that give practical hands-on industry suitable skills so that mtu ameenda kufanya electrical engineering, for example, mtu amepata C stand ama D+ can start as a craftsman, akutanishe tu mawaya, ajue vile stima inatembea, anaweza kujiajiri nyumbani, anaweza kufungua an electrical shop. Like my electrician in the village actually is a craftsman. And he does a better job than a graduate.
Yeah.
A graduate may be doing bigger designs of industries, of manufacturing plants. But there is this craftsman who has been taught how to do repairs of basic electrical works. We said we want to industrialize. We want to do affordable housing. Are we able to graduate people wenye hata wajaweza kwenda secondary school? We take them to village polytechnics, teach them plumbing, tile work, plastering, painting. We have great painters in the village. I just did some paint work in my house in the village, and I was surprised. Actually, in my church, someone just came up and told me, "Madam, nilisikia unatafuta painter." And I said, yes. He said, I'll come and look at your house. He came, did a quotation, and I was surprised. He even knows the best paint, where it comes from, at a cheaper rate or at an affordable rate. And he could tell me, kuna this brand. I realized even when they went to the village polytechnics, they were taught how to even manufacture paint or how to delineate what you use in the interior, what you use in the exterior. Yet ni mtu amesomea Tapsagoi TTC. I don't know what's your name of your TTC in your village city.
A TTC?
Technical Training College. So, I want to, Brian.
My village.
The plan, he has said, how do we convert the plan into real action? I want to ask Brian. Kwa ile primary school alisoma, aliona darasa ya grade 9 kama imejengwa 2025 or not? That is one thing.
Right.
The president had to give an extra allocation of funds to Ministry of Education to ensure that no child does not transition to grade 9 last year. This year, remember we went around teaching people pathways. If you allow your child to be able to pursue career pathways or academic pathways according to their ability. That is why today unasikia kuna watu wamepelekwa Nairobi school to go and study social sciences, sports, creative. There are some who have gone to still Nairobi school because of their science capacity. They are going to pursue STEM. The pathways needed someone who actually understood. And I'm sure Dr. William Samoei Ruto didn't have a CBC, although he has a CBC girl, the last born daughter. And I'm sure he has seen it practically and he has listened to the people. So we have a government that listens. Now, the other part that Brian asked.
Yes.
Is on what, Sha?
He was asking, let me just repeat his entire question.
Yes.
Kenyans constantly hear plans on health and education, yet public hospitals lack staff and schools remain overstretched. From a strategy and execution standpoint, what has been fixed, not planned, and how do you measure success beyond budget allocations?
Number one, wacha niambie Brian, health and education is a social service. We don't have education to make profit or to make it economically viable. We facilitate and fund education using exchequer so that we introduce equity.
All right.
So that a child in Samburu, a child in Mandera, a child in Nairobi, mwenye anaishi huku Kibira, mwenye anaishi Mukuru, can be able to go to a public school which is fully funded, which has enough teachers to be able to access education, which becomes an equalizer at the end of the day.
Okay.
So, on the funding part, social services are always internationally funded by government. If there's any windfall that can come from a support of either a grant or a donor support, is welcome. But a government cannot absolve itself from funding social services.
Okay.
If we say let's wait for World Bank to come and fund for us our education, we may not be able to achieve universality of education. Two, on health. Remember, health is a devolved function. And there's this debate, was it ripe for Kenya to devolve health? But remember, we gave ourselves a constitution. We gave ourselves a Schedule 4 of the Constitution that clearly demarcated work for national government, which is mainly policy, resourcing, and capacity building, either technically or through training or giving technical support. That is why when institutions come to approach the president to give support, if it is WHO, for example, that it wants to support primary health care.
Yes.
They will come to the president, then the president directs that funding to county government, either as conditional grants to be able to support those specific programs.
Okay.
Recently, you saw President Trump give President Ruto 5 billion shillings for our health system, because he actually realized that if what the president is doing to introduce universal health, which is heavily driven by an IT system that can capture all the citizens using the referral framework. Are you aware, in my village, Mimi, I was registered by my CHP, the community health promoter in my village. She came to my house, akachukua ID yangu, akasema mzee ako wapi, akauliza watoto wako wapi, wamefika wapi, wakanipima pressure, kuangalia kama niko na pressure, as the basic data entry inception baseline for our health system. Today we have over 27 million people in SHA. And most of them were onboarded using the community health promoters. People have been diagnosed to have high blood pressure at the village level, and they have been referred to the nearest health facility. Now, I will use the still example of my village. In my village, my nearest hospital or dispensary is Tarbo Sub-County Hospital. Yeah? In your village, I'm sure there's like a sub-county dispensary or something. When you arrive, and it is connected to the health management system managed by the Digital Health Authority, ukifika tu ukitoa ID yako, they will key in. They will see your name, they will see your spouse, they see your children, they will see your data, your age, they will see your pressure for that day when you are enrolled, your temperature. They will have a small medical history. Watakuuliza unamezanga dawa gani, unakuanga na ugonjwa gani. They key it as basic information. So even if you arrive as an emergency patient in a Tarbo sub-county and you had already been enrolled in SHA, people don't have to struggle to ask, anaitwa nani? If you just produce your ID, it's keyed in. Then they realize, oh, amekuwa na anameza dawa ya pressure. So they will check the pressure. Oh, amekuwa akimeza dawa ya sukari, because we can see. Then they will check, because some of the emergencies could be arising even simply because someone has not taken their medication or their blood pressure has just become crazy and hit the roof. And so that person can have an immediate intervention. Badala ya kupewa painkiller, aokolewa kwanza na kustabiliziwa pressure, ama kupewa vile anastabiliziwa sukari, ama ni kupewa a small admission. Now, why health infrastructure is not responding to the needs? Health is a very expensive, capital-intensive service. Actually, if you go to most of the county governments, I was the Minister for Health at one point. 60% of the budget of county governments actually go to health. Shida ni kitu moja. Remember when we transitioned staff, medical staff from county government from national government to county government, they went with their salary. Yeah?
Okay.
Vile ulikuwa unalipwa ukiwa serikali kuu ilipelekwa huko chini. And might be the allocation of or the revenue generated by that county may not be able to sustain that salary. So there must be ways in which we can source additional funding to support health sector. Or tukireview constitution, tukubaliane turudishe health irudi wapi?
Government.
But on the issue of health, there's a debate that has been there for the longest time.
Yes.
Regarding the budget that is allocated to health at the national government and the portion that actually goes to the counties vis-a-vis what remains at the Ministry of Health.
Actually, very little money remains in the Ministry of Health. Because policy, why are we retaining money, a lot of money? The major budgets that remain here is for the workers at the Ministry of Health. Most of the programs, for example, that run under Ministry of Health are actually donor funded. in most cases. But the actual funds that go directly to fund healthcare in Kenya directly goes to the counties. And it forms part of the formula that is used in allocating them. Now, Brian, I think should be able now to decipher and understand that national government does policy, capacity building and resourcing. But the actual treatment works happens at the county level. Now, it is the responsibility, and largely I tell people, the success and failure of county governments depends on the governor that you choose.
All right. There's a question here about 844. Why couldn't they upgrade 844? That's what Ruto promised us during the campaigns. He was to scrap CBC.
I am not sure that the president said we are scrapping CBC.
During the campaigns he did.
He did?
Yes,
did he say we are scrapping CBC, or he said we are going to implement, we are going to review the education system?
Review, perhaps to the minds of the ones who listened to him, was tuitoe, tuibadilishe, turudishe 844.
No. I think if you hear even Sosion whenever he speaks about education, and might be those are people you need to bring, or my colleague Janet Oguko, who was my colleague CC, who is a better person in education matters. I think what the president said is we have to agree that there is need for us to review our education system to be responsive to the future education and professional needs of our country. And I'm happy today because we are having now this conversation that CBC is now a competence-based education. We look at the ability of your child. We look at the resources that are required to support that child, to be able to comprehend, to have knowledge, to have practical skills that can help them graduate to become functional, market-driven employees, professionals. And I think that's what the president has brought forth. And we have said we have not reached the destination. There is need for continuous review. There's need for continuous review. And let's agree, any education system that does not continually improve to respond to the market needs will become a useless system. So for me, I think the conversation should actually go around continuous evaluation and continuous improvement. If we do not have enough teachers of the CBE, can we continually have them go for in-service? Like, for example, the president had recommended that we reduce the churning out of P1 teachers and might be make sure that we take the ones that we have, build their capacity to be able to perform, and might be going forward we introduce the diploma ones that their curriculum actually is suited to preparing our children for a first world working environment. So I think that's what is proper. Now let me go to Dandora.
Please, let's do that Dandora thing now.
What did that person ask? The dam site. Why are we not converting
our trash to energy?
I want us to go back city, and I want you to listen. This morning when you left your house, how was the composition of your dustbin?
It has everything from organic to inorganic materials.
Nataka tuseme chenye iko ndani.
Kuna mandizi pale ndani.
Kuna maganda ya ndizi.
Kuna maganda ya ndizi for sure. Maembe, si unajua sasa ni msimu wa maembe.
Watu wa Kitui.
Kuna packet ya maziwa.
Kuna
packet ya kahawa pia.
Kuna bones.
Yes, kuna bones za kuku.
Kama una dogi.
Juu tulikula kuku jana usiku. Kuna all these things.
If we were to segregate that waste.
Yes.
60% of our waste is actually organic waste. It is organic waste. For you to convert organic waste into energy, ni kama karatasi, a dry paper, a dry wood, metal, and vegetables. Which igani itawaka haraka?
Makaratasi ndio itawaka haraka.
Alafu mbao
itakaa kidogo.
Alafu chuma.
Sasa hiyo itakaa kidogo sana.
Na ugali?
However, mheshimiwa, we have
I want an answer. Ugali itachukua muda gani kabla iwake?
It takes a bit of time.
Correct.
Kitambo ikauke ndio iwake.
Thank you. You know I like simplicity.
Yes.
And I think in the future I will recommend that we have presidents like Dr. William Samoei Ruto and might be in the future Dr. Veska Kangogo. People who are practical.
Okay.
Tuambiane ukweli. Ukienda Dandora sahi, takataka mingi yenye inaokotwa Mudhurwa ni maganda ya ndizi, which is ukienda you used to see me move around the city cleaning when I was the Minister for Environment. Actually, I think I'm the only minister who moved in almost all departments. I started in finance, I went to health.
Mosiria might outdo you.
Amefika wapi?
I think now he's in his 4th docket. I could be wrong, but
lakini it could be 4th doing the same thing.
Please continue.
But Mosiria is my friend. So if let's go to the waste that we collect from Nairobi. 60%, and I can tell you authoritatively because I actually participated when we were converting ourselves into the cyclic model of waste management in Kenya.
Okay.
60% of our waste
Is
in
organic.
Africa and Kenya is organic waste. This waste will require a lot of power for it to generate power. I still tell people, let us change the way of thinking. You cannot do the same thing several times using different gimmicks and expect different results. I want you to go to Dandora. I have visited Dandora more than 10 times. Mimi ndo niliweka way bridge Dandora. When I realized watu walikuwa naokota takataka, anaingiza lori, anapima waste, anaenda anapiga roundabout, anapiga gumzo mtaani, ajamwaga takataka, anarudi tena. I put a CCTV there and a mast and a way bridge. That is why at one point I was removed from being the Minister for Environment. Juu nilikuwa nazuia mmonyoko wa udongo. Hold on.
Okay.
So I've said 60% of our waste is organic waste. Ask me today, what should we do? Number 1, segregate waste.
Right.
Number 2, let us convert the 60% organic waste into organic manure.
Yeah.
Why are we spending too much money doing feasibility studies, bringing Italy? I went to Sweden and I saw their energy plant there. Most of them ilikuwa chuma. In Kenya, unakuta chokora wako juu ya lori. Kama palikuwa na chuma ilitoka kwangu, in the next 5 kilometers ishapata soko. Same to cartons. We have people who collect waste paper. Isn't it?
Yes.
Na wanapeleka pale Chandaria inatengeneza tissue. We have people who have stations where they segregate waste. At one point, people were using close to the Nairobi River, and I had to close those dump sites because they were actually leaking the waste
Into
that
the
was
river.
not useful to them into the river. So let's agree that it may not be economically, logically practical for us to convert our waste into energy. Lakini unajua sasa, that also depends on the political philosophy of the leader. And it might be science that might have changed over time. But me, what I would recommend is, considering the kind of waste that we generate, it is only viable that we do organic manure. We use it to plant our plants. We use it to do our greeneries. Let's convert that waste. We can even do it in our backyards.
Yes.
Or even tuseme kila sub county wa convert ya watengeneze. Ukitaka kupita hapo Embakasi, kama wewe ni mtu unaishi Utawala, unanunua organic manure yako hapo Mihango, unapeleka unaenda kupanda mboga yako and whatever you need to do.
But Mheshimiwa, we are not the only people who consume organic matter. Therefore, we are not the only ones who produce organic waste. It happens in Germany, and I'm using Germany as an example because I have relatives there, and this is what they tell me, that the waste they produce in their houses, anajua vizuri sana, plastics will go into this garbage.
Segregation.
Exactly what you were talking about. Organic, the pills nini zitaingia hapa, ile mabonzi libaki jana usiku zitaingia hapa, and then anything else that cannot be recycled will be put in this place, and it is later come and picked up, and it is easier to even convert it into whatever manure they want, for example.
I agree. It goes
Why
to
we
our
not doing it here?
my brother. It goes to your orientation as a person. My orientation. It depends on our culture. How do we treat waste? Actually, we don't love our waste. We don't love our waste. That is why we don't even spend time to segregate it in our houses. Actually, we think the best person to segregate ni chokora. So tunazitupa pale ndani, chokora ataibeba, aenda isegregate. That is why when these handcarts young men pick the waste, they actually go and offload them in a certain place. They actually do the segregation there. Wanatoa makaratasi, wanatoa chuma, ile imebaki yenye haina maana ndio inapelekwa Dandora.
May I say something?
Yes.
Segregation has to be taught.
It has to be taught.
The assumption that a Kenyan, irrespective of where they live, will understand, they may have the head knowledge that this is what is done. But for them to actually be able to do it in the households where they live, it has to be a campaign.
Agreed.
Because I know of attempts that have been made by environmental groups to do this, and I know that they even formed groups where people within the areas they live in would form themselves into organizations that were involved in this process of segregating.
Absolutely.
But I do not know of any authority, whether it was a local authority then or the county government, actually ever adopted it as a policy which they actually implement.
And that's why I've said it boils down to leadership, and leadership in different sectors. And I agree with you, CT. We need to introduce this now that we are even having CBET, a curriculum-based education. We can start introducing this issue of segregation pale mahali watoto wetu wanaanzia.
Actually, that is where you start.
Correct.
Can I also suggest something somewhere else we can do the teaching? We can, because I use a VPN whenever I'm sometimes surfing the internet, because I want to access content that is not necessarily available here in Kenya. And whenever I'm on YouTube while using a VPN, I get a lot of adverts from countries such as Germany. And there they have regular adverts where they actually, on YouTube, they have regular adverts. And these are adverts that have been sanctioned by their government, teaching people such issues as segregation of this trash, whereby, and they are told over and over, this is how you put this waste here, and this is how you do this waste, and this is how you do it. And imagine they do that in 2026. I believe
I agree with you, Paul. I totally agree with you. Sasa mukumbuke tena na wapeleka tu bado kwa schedule 4 ya constitution. Environmental management and waste management is the prerogative of the county government. We have a whole minister in charge of environment. We have a whole chief officer in charge of environment. Now, I want to totally agree with you. Sometimes my pastor tells me that wakati unahubiria watu, you might need to divide your sermon into priorities. Ukiona ule mtu ni mgonjwa mahututi anamalizwa na pombe, usiendelee kumwambia okoka ndio uende mbinguni. Mwambie okoke ndio uishi a quality life. Hii pombe inakunyang'anya pesa, hii pombe inadhoofisha afya yako. You show them the immediate benefit to them. Before you take them to heaven. Kenyans must upgrade their conversation on waste management to the Singapore level. Let me still call it that ideological philosophy of Singapore must happen. And the day we will introduce these topics, now I am spreadly thin. Hii serikali kuna so many things that we are doing at the same time. Mpaka inafika mahali unasema, am I now overrunning myself? Mpaka ninaenda kuongea mambo yenye Sakaja nitakana akuja aongee, ama waziri wa environment, ama ni concentrate na hii better. Bottom unaona hata hujaniuliza mambo ya better.
Hapa ndio tunaenda bottom up
na karibu ifike saa 4 na sijausa serikali.
Sijali wewe 15 minutes. I'm sure you can sell much more. Yes, I agree with you. We need, again, like you've said, and CT said something which we have always told every single government individual that have come here. Communication is a problem in this government, and perhaps it needs to improve.
No, it's not a problem in this government. It's a problem with every Kenyan government that we've had.
Yes.
It's not this one.
Let's deal with the one that we have
I'm
now.
going to invert this question. Simunona, the way we have sat in this studio, we are 3 of us.
Yes.
Imagine if you are speaking to me, I am talking, I am screaming, I'm interrupting, Wongo, that's a lie. I'm not even hearing to conceptualize and appreciate. We need a national conversation. Now, we are currently being led by His Excellency to have a review of our strategy. We have Vision 2030, which we are how many years short of? 4 years. We are now reviewing Vision 2030. We want to see through the medium term plans that we have had, through the Big Four agenda which was being implemented by the Jubilee government, through the better plan that we have now, and the MTF4 that we are currently implementing from Treasury. How far are we in achieving our Vision 2030? Then we ask ourselves, how do we elevate now our policy, our conversations to go to a first world status, which may start by our basics, our core values. How do we reach our first class status if we are still addressing ourselves by tribes? Political formations, poor governance, corruption. What I want us to, the president is leading us now in this conversation, and I think there's a working group that is already on it, who are trying now to say, what do we do? We need to begin this conversation, and I know you will become part and parcel. And City Muga, I want to introduce you to, I want to invite you. Na nyinyi, I can even host all journalists for breakfast from our office. We can have that conversation. We want Kenyans to come and tell us, what is your dream? Because all of us cannot be presidents. Whoever we will choose as a president, post 2032, for example, will he be able to carry the vision of where we need to be as a country? Do we need to look at our curriculum? Do we need to look at our health systems? Do we need to look at our penal code? Nikipatikana nimeiba. Do we continue saying unajua kuna protection? Do we continue seeing people selling narcotics to our children? And now we are busy opening rehabilitation centers as if we've come comfortable city na tumesema hii generation naonekana wanafuta bangi sasa wacha tu tutafute vile tutawatibu, or we will deal with the source.
You know, the thing you're doing is the right thing. When you talk about the community health promoters, we in this country have a tendency of rolling back time.
Correct.
We had that cadre of government employee who dealt with matters agriculture. The health component was there. Public health, boil water, do this, do
Correct.
the other, plant this, plant the other, do this. But for purposes of communicating government intention, purposes, progress, direction, we've achieved baraza from time immemorial. We have had, we do not lack the structures with which to communicate the things we need to do. We have the structure. Now, we got carried away with devolution and the process of devolution, and the people who are in the devolution process are the ones who got carried away even more than the rest of us. So, the focus that we thought devolution would bring to the lives of the locals, because every county is local, it hasn't happened. And the narrative of the devolution process that brought about the county system is more of a disappointment than anything else that you can think of. Every progress that we speak of is measured against the low levels of development and the low levels of poverty, rather high levels of poverty that our counties had. And so a little change is considered to be a very big thing.
Correct.
And yet, if you look at the amount of money that have gone to counties, it doesn't actually reflect on what you actually see. It doesn't. And then there's this little subject. This is my pet subject. It's called own source revenue. Very many county governments that were previously had a provincial headquarter, very many of them actually collect less revenue than when it was only the city council, the town council collecting the money, and they have a much bigger space. Meaning, devolution, which was supposed to provide the solution that would take people now to Singapore, because if the county governments have money, if the county governments understand how to grow their own economy, the economy of Kenya grows. But that doesn't seem to be the priority of most governors. The opportunity they have is to complain about the money which they haven't received. But they never give us a good account of what they've done with the money that they have received. Because if they did, there'd be no discussion of pending bills. None whatsoever.
Let me give you an example. When we convert county governments into employment bureaus, it's like giving birth to 10 children with the same level of income. Umepata wafanyikazi 5,000. Umeamua the only way I can be elected back is by giving people jobs. Explode, you are now at 10,000 employees. Your revenue is the same or has come even lower. Your allocation is the same or even has come lower. You are increasing the number of people working and you are not increasing the number of services that you are giving to citizens. And that is why currently the County Government Workers Union are doing an election. They did their branch elections. Ukiuliza huko Muhoroni watakuambia tumefanya branch elections ya Kisumu. Huko Kitui where they have done branch elections. I have reached a point where I have now said, can we invert the governance structure in this country? Can we have active public servants who can actually contribute to the governance framework of the country? That employees even also, other than contributing to the efficiency and productivity of government, can help put checks and balances for government to function well. How do you sit as a Secretary General of a County Government Workers Union? You are continually seeing governors continuing employing people, yet they are not even able to pay the staff that you have. They are not even able to remit statutory deductions. But because you are a County Government Workers Union official, you say sababu mimi ninalipwa na subscription. Munga.
Yes.
The higher it goes, the better it becomes. Instead of looking at efficiency of the people that are working in county governments, I think this is also a national conversation. And sometimes I think my former boss, who used to be the Minister for Local Government and is now the PCS, Honorable Mudavadi, I like the conversation that he started. That don't you think it is time for us to relook at the Constitution? Pick on the issues that you think we are doing well on, we continue with them. Let us review the sections that we think, for example, are actually taking us back. Let us review them. Why should we have, for example, 47 county government public service boards?
Okay.
Who, when you go to Migori, only employ people from Migori? Daktari, ni Musuba. Driver, Musuba. Communication, Musuba. Paka hata lugha ya county ya kufanya kazi ni Suba. So if someone comes to seek a service, anataka kufungua biashara, anataka license, na kama elewi Kijaluo, inaweza kuwa ngumu kuelewana. Why don't we have one county government a public service commission that takes care of all employees of county governments? And we can even say you cannot stay in one county government for more than 6 years. Move. If you are the best head of revenue, we'll move you to Meru. Enda huko, implement those strategies, lift up conversations on how we can raise revenue in Meru to make Meru county government work.
Mheshimiwa, you have just enunciated a policy that will make you an extremely unpopular person with county government officials and the warlords within county government. I'm using the word warlords for a very specific reason. You see, the county governments and what it was envisioned it would do is not what we have. No. What Mheshimiwa Mudavadi is saying is true.
Yes.
What I find strange, we had a transition authority that was given a lifespan of 5 years. We had the Commission on the Implementation of the Constitution 5 years.
Correct.
Both those institutions have been given a minimum of 10 years because everything that we're saying is correct, but there needed to be an established structure within which we're looking at these things. Where even as we're moving along, we would see, it was on paper, but it doesn't work.
Absolutely.
We need to change this.
So, City, can we agree? The day the president will bring the national conversation, and I pray that it comes soon, can all of us go there as patriotic Kenyans? Leave the politics of UDA, DCP, Masikio, Wilbaro, tuachane nayo. Let's think about this lovely country that we have.
Umesahau umbrella.
Kuna umbrella. Yeah, wiper, mtu wetu.
Tuachane na hiyo siasa, yes,
let's have this national conversation. And I want the day we have that conversation, Munga come and become a moderator. Ala, movie. Have a conversation with the youths.
I'll be glad to moderate.
Let's even start small. If we think the noise will be too big, if we take it to a bigger stadium,
Yes.
let us go to small youth groups. Let's build up the conversation from the grassroots. Let's elevate it to the county, the constituency level. Let's have resolutions come up to the regions, and can we build up this case mpaka ile siku inafika Bomas 1, Bomas 2, and are you aware by the way we are building a very serious conference center in Bomas? An 11,000 capacity conference center.
No, we are very, very aware. Remember that when you are talking about these conversations, and you've rightfully done so, if you belong to a political party, say something like UDA, because I have observed that UDA by far seems to be the most structured and deliberate political party we actually have. Look at the way...
Now ODM.
No.
Chama ya baba.
No. The structure...
Thank you for the compliment. I'm a member of UDA.
The structure that UDA has and
Yes.
the deliberate policy that UDA has to actually make the political party, in my mind, strong enough to survive the current party leader is something that I have seen. It's not that I am guessing. I have seen just what they do, the benchmarking, the things they go, the delegates and how they manage the delegates, the process. You start here as you move along. I'm using the example of the delegates and that process to steer and to spearhead a conversation. It's a formation and a structure, and you have said it, where you begin these conversations and how it is cascaded. So by the time it gets to what we're calling at the Bomas level,
yes,
that thing has been thrashed out
Absolutely.
at all those other levels. So the conversation is actually fairly refined.
And you mentioned public participation. I did my PhD in public participation. And I said, Kenyans are not ready for public participation. Actually, what they understand as public participation is very different from what happens. I have conducted public participation for budget processes in Nairobi. The people who come there, first of all, people might be when you are hawakwa na kitu ya kufanya. So they arrive, unamuuliza which sector are you representing, anasema mimi ni youth leader. Na wewe una represent wapi? So when you arrive, the first thing they say is, where is our lunch? Where is our allowance? We don't even give them information early in advance, so that by the time they are coming, we are engaging in a discourse that can become productive. So I want to agree with you, City, and I want to help you take away your fear. Don't fear to make people uncomfortable. Because my president says, if you want to be popular, stand in Mama Ngina Street and distribute ice cream for free. But remember, it will run out. And the ones who will not have received will accuse you.
They'll curse you.
They'll curse you for not giving them the free ice cream. So I think we require leaders with resolute. Irrespective of our ethnic backgrounds, irrespective of our status in society, people who are sold out to become reform and change agents, people who do not fear. Personally, I am very proud to become to be an advisor in this government, because the president gives you a chance to contribute and take it back to practice. The head of public service, every day, we stopped sending letters to government institution. I wrote, reference is made to your letter, blah, 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 subsequent to this one, to remind you. No. If we realize that you are not talking with each other to make government work, we call you to Harambee. We bring all the stakeholders in place. We say we were supposed to have delivered this project. It has not happened. Tell us, the user department, why has it not happened? They'll tell you, oh, we did a paper, we wrote Ministry of Lands to give us land for building. The Ministry of Land has not communicated. Okay, PS Lands, what do you think? I have just received the letter and I've responded, but we don't have money. National Treasury. That is why you have seen government has become very fast in rolling out government programs. No delays. We have adopted what we call a whole of government approach, WOGA, where we sit in one table, we finish, we give ourselves timelines, and next time when we meet, we're giving status updates. Every first Wednesday of the month, we have our PSS meetings. They respond to issues that have been raised in their departments, progress of the implementation of their programs in their departments. PS Omolo updates us on the status of security on a monthly basis, and everyone is proactive and is plugging in. I agree. We need to work better with the current structures of government. Interior. That's why ulisikia the president wakati alikuja akaleta chiefs wote, they were retrained. Part of the things that they asked for is facilitation. Can we be facilitated to move from one place to another? Wanatafutiwa magari. Ulisikia hata polisi tunawapatia electric vehicles. Ndio waje kusema hakuna mafuta.
Mheshimiwa, we have come to the end of
How
the
fast?
show. I know. I actually have 27 more questions for you, but this gives us a very good opportunity to have you back.
Okay.
I don't know when you will be ready. Hiyo ni mambo tutaongea, utuambie kama unaweza rudi hata kama ni kesho kutwa, but we honestly we appreciate the fact that you've come and you've articulated some of the issues that we had, including matters to do with our health sector, but most importantly also to do with power, which obviously has been on people's lips. And I like the fact that you said things have improved. Na uka challenge mtu ukasema kama uko na power blackout nipigie simu. Na sijaona simu imeingia. So good for you.
Ama mtu amekata line.
Ama amekatiwa na ajui. So
ama kuna blackout.
Ama hajalipa.
Ama hajalipa. All right. So this is where we come. Much. Yes, this is where we come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. That is Veska Kangogo, Advice on Strategy and Execution, Executive Office of the President. Tomorrow, we shall be having the Estonian ambassador to Kenya, His Excellency Daniel Schker. So if you want to have that conversation with us, please make sure that you tune in bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m. Right now, though, we leave you in the safe hands of Lady Mathai and that other lady called Rania Abdi. They're going to be hosting Douglas Wakihuri, the first Kenyan gold medalist. And something you need to know about Douglas is that he is a former trainer for the former First Lady of Kenya, that is Margaret Kenyatta. Interesting conversation that is going to be taking place there. Tuonane kesho mapema na asubuhi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Interior PS Raymond Omolo says coordinated regional efforts and stronger interagency cooperation are key to improving border security and tackling transactional threats. Speaking at the opening of a 3-day border security workshop in Nairobi, Dr. Omolo noted that modern border challenges are increasingly complex and require a collaborative response.
In Kenya, there's specialized training programs that have strengthened the capacity of frontline officers to be able to detect illicit goods and